morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Morning. How y'all doing?
And welcome.
Great, great. I know that, good morning again to those who I haven't spoken to. I know that Alice has some Wi-Fi issues that she's navigating. And she's going to try to connect with us as much as she can, even with her Wi-Fi issues.
Mine is also very weak. At some point, I may turn on probably.
Okay. Let us just, when you do that, if you're not at a place where you can say it, put it in the chat. Alice is probably going to do the same thing. Because I think it was here somebody said when you turn the camera off, it helps the signal if it's weak. Is that true?
I don't know.
That's some, well, maybe it wasn't here. Maybe it was some other meeting. So I'm fine with that. Is the group okay with that? Those of us who are present, Lisa, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Alfredo would be leading our spiritual reflection. Let me see if he's in a different room. What's the meeting? I forgot where I go to see the meeting invitation. Is it settings? No. It's general. There he is.
Hello, everybody. Sorry for the late.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Alfredo. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
We hear you, Alfredo. Let somebody put it in the chat. We hear you. We hear you. But you do not hear us. Testing 1, 2, 3. Group to Alfredo. Group to Alfredo. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us, Alfredo? Can you hear us? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes, we're making noise, but you can't hear us. Testing 1, 2, 3. So Alice, I did share with Lisa and Victor that, and Victor may have to do the same thing with the weak signal, may go off camera to try to hold the signal as well as you can to have good audio. And Lisa's fine with that, and I'm fine with that. And as you can see, Alfredo's having some
Yeah, I have
audio.
problems. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh,
Yes, we
sorry, I have
can.
problems with my speaker.
Okay. So what are you going to do? You going to leave us and log back out and log in? Or you think you're good?
I'm okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
Alfredo, Victor, and Alice having some technical difficulties. At some point, they may have to go off camera. I've asked them to just put it in the chat so we'll know. And that's in an attempt to hold their audio signal if they can't have both. I'm not sure it was clear today that you are scheduled for the
Reflection.
yeah, was it? Okay.
Yes.
Well, you take it away. We can hear you fine now.
All right. You can see it?
Yes, we can.
All right. Let's see, what is it? The process of life, reflection by Chaplain Alfredo. Reflecting on the process of life reveals a continuous journey of change, growth, learning, and adaptation, marked by both joy and hardship, where the most valuable aspects are often found in the experience themselves, the connection we make, and the contact evolution of our perspectives and understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Essentially, life is a dynamic process of becoming, not just being, regardless of your spiritual or sexual orientation, whether you believe in God or not. This is a journey for everyone. It's like embarking on a journey to the place we have always dreaming of being. It's those dreams, desires, or longings that fill us with energy and give us the strength to embark on this beautiful, yet challenging and life-changing journey, where our emotions play a key role, whether for or against us, depending on our perspective of them. It's like taking a trip with your family. Although is a personal trip to one of the places you most want to visit, be, or live with your family. This is a life journey that you start with an illusion or a vision, or maybe it's a goal. Whether the motivate or reason, it takes a process. But this journey is full of surprises, full of process that you had not contemplated when you began the journey of life. Because nights came when fears and insecurities begin to invade your thoughts. The fears of the unknowing, of not being able to go beyond what you are experiencing at that moment as a person, as a father or husband, or perhaps as a son. Stay calm. This is part of the process of life. On this journey, there are also storms and anxiety begins to take over you because life's problems come upon you in an overwhelming way. Unexpected illness, different household responsibilities, electricity, water, gas, mortgage payment, etc., etc., etc. Stay calm. This is part of the process of life. Stay calm. This is part of the process of life. Those certain deserts, lonely places where the road seems endless. There are moments in life when it seems like you are not moving forward, up as if you were stuck, where everything seems routine, nothing changed, everything is the same. It can be days, months, or maybe years where it seems like nothing changed. And on the other hand, there is time. The clock keeps ticking and does not stop. Tiredness sets in. Desperation sets in. Lives become uncomfortable. We would like to stop the journey and return to the original state. The trip becomes tedious. Everyone gets angry. The children are desperate, some screaming, others crying, perhaps wishing to never have gone on a trip. Stay calm. This is part of the process of life. Take a minute to reflect on what part of the process you are. And the last day, the last 2 days, on the last moment. Take a silent moment and reflect what part of the process you are. Please close your eyes and make a deep reflection. What part of the process you are. You begin the trip, or you are in a dark side, in the dark area, darkness area. Or maybe you are crossing the storm. Or you are in the desert. Stay calm. Wherever you are at in this moment. Stay calm. Don't be scared. This is part of the process, the life. Open your eyes. Don't give up. Do not stray from the path. The road is steering in some parts, but everything you have lived and experienced is part of the process of life. You are going to make it. You are going to do it. God's time is not slow. It's perfect. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion that I kind of
Yes.
got a little bit hung up on? But the end was it really took me to a place where I needed to be because I've been a little agitated, but very, very good. Just one thing kind of hung me up when you said spirituality and sexual orientation. I mean, it's like spirituality, and even if you're Black, or spirituality, and even if you're Korean, it's just like kind of makes it doesn't flow very well, and I don't know, it could make people feel excluded, not included. Maybe just say all people, you know.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. I just kind of got hung up on it in my mind. It's just me. Maybe nobody else did, but it's just me. But it was very good, and I definitely like how you had us close our eyes and look at the different phases. And I was like the road with the moon. That's where I think I felt like I was at. So very, very good. Very well done. I have
Thank you.
never experienced that before. That was very well done. Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you.
No, thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alfredo, very much. I concur with this that pausing moment was very helpful and really very helpful. The pausing and just thinking is very helpful. And I could see myself in the intersections of all of it. Right, moments where you're even a day is very intersecting in every aspect of it. Sometimes it's a moon, but sometimes it's a desert in the very day. So those experiences are all very intersecting. Thank you.
Thank
In
you,
the
Alice.
beginning, though, I think, except if I didn't get it well, who were the addressee? It was not explicitly stated the audience of the reflection. In the end, I could get you're addressing this audience. But in the beginning, I didn't know who the targeted audience explicitly are.
Okay.
Except I didn't catch it, but
Thank you, Alfredo. Probably I'm the last to come out from the meditation because you really took me beyond where I expected myself to be at this time, because your reflection was really, really deep. And it's taken me time to really come out. But seems like what I needed, the tonic, I needed to calm myself, feel my breath, come to complete consciousness and awareness. And I think it sets the tune for a rich menu for today and beyond. And I want to appreciate you once again, and also the entire group for being here and the patience of our educator. So thank you, Alfredo, for setting the tone.
Thank you, Vito. I appreciate your feedback.
I agree with all the other comments, Alfredo, and I loved the images. I found myself getting lost in the images and the idea that I was journeying. And I love the repeated refrain or expression that you kept using. Can you say it one more time? You said,
Stay calm. This is part of the process of the life.
and each time you said it, you said it in the context in a way that was so helpful. Stay calm. This is part of the process of life. So I really appreciated that. I didn't understand why, when you talked about persons, you went father, son, husband. I thought that's interesting. I'm none of those, but okay, let's keep going. And, you know, it's always a challenge for us with images, you know, because they can be so hit or miss. I think your images were all on point except for one, and that's the image of family. So we have to be, I think, careful when we capture family, because family can be so diverse.
Yeah.
It can have children for some, it can have animals for some, it can be diverse generations beyond parents and children, right? It can be elders. So I encourage us to consider, when we say family, those images that have like big crowds, you know, as opposed to the man, the woman, and two children.
I tried to put in a paragraph, even though it's a personal matter. When I spoke to family, I
Uh-huh.
put, even though it's a personal thing, and
Right.
then I close the part, and I try to do that. But you're right. I have to think another dimension of family that is
Yeah.
not the father and mother and son and daughter. Could be
Right.
dogs, and
Yeah.
this time is diversities. It's better to exclude the imagine.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
I,
all right.
that response is so helpful. So thank you. And although you use the word God towards the end, say your refrain was stay calm, right? Say it again, please.
Stay calm. This is part of the process of life.
And so it was God is not slow, God's time is perfect.
Yes.
I think you could have said it again. Stay calm.
Okay.
This is part of the process of life. And then if my spirituality is nature, I'm I'm not taken out and away from by the God language. Because
Okay.
it was so powerful. By the end, I was calm. So
Yeah,
thank you. Thank you. I
thank
really,
you.
as others have said, I really enjoyed that. Thank you. And thank you all for the wonderful feedback. Wow. Now let's journey into our new verbatim format. Let's be patient with one another. This is part of the process of life. We are gonna. You are stuck with me saying that for a while. Um,
Okay.
so Alfredo, you have the mic. Did you want to go first?
Yes, if you allow me to go first, I'm gonna
Group.
give Vito.
The whole group is good with that. I know I had
Mm.
mentioned Alfredo the possibility that Alice would go first, but she changed her mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on.
All right. I'm gonna let my dog out while he does that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna give it to you a brief explanation about the console I have it, about my personal stage, my feelings, and then I'm gonna ask you about the feedbacks I need and what part of the conversation I I need help. So first, I wasn't expect the interview with the patient because in the beginning I was working and my supervisor came to me and say, Alfredo, can you go and see this? Actually, I received a call. I getting ready for go to work. It's like a 5:30 in the morning. I was ending my praying time in the morning before I go to work, and I receive a call if I can go early because one of the patient is gonna be extubate and it's gonna be the end of his life. And the family was around there, so emotional. The wife and two granddaughters was there, and they were crying. And my supervisor asked me if I can go and take care of them because I am the chaplain who live more closer to the hospital, so I can be in the hospital in 10 minutes. And she took an hour to be in the hospital when she is on calls. So I went to the hospital and that he is, the passion was already extubated. So the wife was crying, so emotional, and older men and older women. And I just get into the room. Everything was quiet, was almost dark. There is no window. And I get into the room and I approached myself and stood next to the wife and present myself. And she looked at me and she hugged me and she started crying a lot. And I was take care of them when I turned my head and I saw in one of the corners of the room the caregiver. And I look at her and her face say more than words. I look at her like she was in an empty space, like his body was there, but her mind or her soul wasn't there. It's like he was in the middle of nowhere in his mind. And I'm being curious to just to see how she is. And I approached myself to her and I asked her, "How are you?" And she say, "I'm okay." For me, that seems to be okay. So I asked her, it's your family member?" And she asked me, "No, he's not my family. I'm her caregiver." And I asked her, "You love him?" And she somehow she start open to me. She say, "I'm totally desperate. I'm lost. I don't know what to do it. I love him. I miss him. He was part of my family. I love her. I love him like my dad. I all call him that. And now I lost him." And I say, "I'm sorry for that." But the next, she told me that she is in the middle of the divorce, and she lost not only the people she loved her, she loved, but also her income, her job, at the same time, and she is in the middle of the divorce. And I feel so sorry, and I feel the overwhelming she felt, the payments, all she has to going through. And I asked her if she has sons or daughters, just to try to be curious about knowing that she can have the financial help that she's gonna need it. And she told me that she has three sons. The oldest one is in Europe, and the middle one is a daughter. And for me, it seems to me that she loved her, but she told me that the middle daughter do not speak to her, that she hate her. And in that moment, I know what to say. Tears coming to her cheeks. I'm get freezing. I'm get out of words. And I just look at her and I feel so compassion for her. And I still feel being empathize with her because the problems that she has, it was a lot. So I asked her if she has some kind of beliefs. She told me she's a Catholic. And I have to think exactly what she needed more. And because of this conversation, because of the preparation we had, the feedbacks we received, I understand that the problem that she has to, and the problem I have to help her, if I can say in the word help her, is that what is next in her life. It's not about the losing, the grief. It's not about the marriage, because she has counselors to help her to cross the valley. And also the problem with her daughter is not there. So the next problem that I can help her was the financial problem, because the tomorrow he has to pay bills, she has to pay bills. So I start looking for my resources, and I find out the Catholic Church help their their members financially when they have struggles. So I started telling her, she told me that she's a Catholic, and I told and asked her, is she a bueno, is member of some churches locally, and she said that she never, she has a long time without going to church. And I explained her, there's no problem, you can go to the church and they can help you. So I provide her with the information that she needed with the priest around the area, so she can call them and get the financial help that she needed. And when I explain her, I feel her body so relief. You know, when you are stressed, you are like this, and when you feel comfortable, you're just like, okay, thank you. And I provide all the information. And there's a real scenario about the case. I don't know what to do, what to say, because wasn't my plan, wasn't God's plan. But the good thing is that when we know more, when we read, when we get more knowledge and get more resources, we're gonna be available to give it to the people the help they needed, the support they needed. I let her cry. I let her complain about her daughter. I try to not persecute it. It's your fault, you're the mom. Nothing like that. I just comfort her and let her express her feeling in the freedom way. And I made her feel that I'm being there for her. Not just her, not criticize her, just being there for you to help her to cross the valley that she is in, and she need help, and we provide the help she needed. Thanks God. This is a brief explanation about everything. You have my verbatim, and I need help because I wonder if I made the right decisions in the way I handled myself in the middle of this. Because in the middle of this conversation, I have to deal with two different dynamics, with the family and with her. So I don't have too much time, and the freedom and the secret space to take care of her. There is no moment, there is no time, and I have to be aware about that and try to make that time the most valuable time for every one of us who was there in that moment. Because in somehow in the beginning, she asked me if the patient already passed away, and I see the monitor and the pulse still, you know, and everything was function, but somehow in the middle of the conversation, the monitor just marked zeros, and that's what the morning when I say he just passed away, and my belief, and I told her we have to let the nurses came because has to be declared dead by two nurses, confirmed. So let's wait until they diagnose the death of the patients. Yeah, we step out, let the nurse in, two nurses came in, check the signals, the vital signals, and they both declare the patient dead when we were there. So that moment was more intense. When I have the conversation, the wife is getting in the phone with more family and a FaceTime, and they want me to say a prayer for them. So I stop the conversation, and when I say pray, I take care of them, and then I have to come back and finish the conversation with her because I don't want here. I don't want let her, uh, in the same stage, knowing what to do next. And thanks God for that moment because it was a learning moment for me to be aware about myself, about the place am I in that moment, and that's it. That's all I can tell you right now.
Thank you, Alfreda. I'm going to read what I wrote about it. In the delicate art of caregiving, the ability to honor and respect the beliefs and values of those we serve is both challenging and calling. Alfreda, your perspective might have easily colored the interaction. However, you approached the situation with sensitivity and a keen self-awareness. Upon arrival, you greeted the family with warmth and openness, accessing not just the needs of the care recipient, but the broader context of care itself. It quickly became clear that the caregiver required additional support, not just practical, but also emotional and spiritual. And you recognized the caregiver's Buddhist faith, a belief system distinct from your own. Rather than imposing um, your worldview, you thoughtfully inquired about did they believe in God or a higher power, creating an opening for the caregiver to share their own terms. This simple question, approached with genuine curiosity and respect, allowed you to meet the caregiver where they were, rather than expecting them to meet your expectations. You resisted the urge to guide the conversation toward your spiritual framework instead of holding. Instead, you held space for the caregiver's experience. In doing so, you demonstrated integrity, honoring the individuality and humanity of the person before you, rather than seeing them through the lens of your convictions. Your skillful use of countertransference, recognizing your emotional response as tools for empathy rather than barriers, further enriching the encounter with your care recipient. I think you did a really good job, and I don't think you implemented your religious beliefs or anything upon them. I think, and that's what you were asking us to say. I think you were sensitive and you were kind. You took care of two sets of people, so that was difficult in itself, and I think you did a fantastic job. And as Alice always say, you are a great chaplain, and I like the calmness of your voice, and I would definitely have you as my chaplain. So thank you again for what you do. You're on mute. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Lisa, for your words. Yes, I'm learning. I am in the process to be a chaplain.
Mm,
Put it that way. I am in the
mm,
process to be a chaplain. That's where I feel myself.
mm,
And always is a space to learn.
mm,
Thank you. Thank you for
mm.
your words. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Alfredo, for being a wonderful chaplain. And thank you, Lisa, for being the consummate educator. I liked how you dissected and analyzed the visit. That was beautiful. So, Donna, watch your back. Much educators are coming and they are doing great. Thank you. So, first of all, I also, noted from your analysis, Alfredo, your presence, you are called suddenly. As a chaplain, equally, we need to be prepared all the time, just 10 minutes to get to the hospital. So, and which means you are available around the clock. So as a chaplain, we needed to, avail ourselves whenever it is, at dawn, at dusk, whenever the, bell chimes, we leave everything and be at our duty post. As young scouts, we're always told to be prepared. As firefighters, first responders, that's what the chaplain is. So you won't go to say, let me bury my dead. Let me go say goodbye. Whatever it is, you leave it and appear at the duty post. So that's instructive. Then secondly, we also should not, your presence also brings along something that we can't, it's intangible, yet we can't dismiss it. It's very important. the presence we bring along. Once we show up, even if we don't open our mouths, the presence says a lot. So often the program is teaching us self-awareness. So you have to be conscious of that fact. All of us have to be. You bring yourself to bear and something begins to happen. And don't, make light of it. Don't make light of it at all. So we need it. I need it. All of us need it. Joining the classes, our presence with one another, sharing. It also happens at our sites, clinical, pastoral, wherever we bring our presence to. So as you came, you equally listened, you heard them out, and problems shared are half solved. So throughout the encounter, you saw it playing out, and finally, there was closure, and you provided all that. So I liked the interplay, but I wanted to point out the dynamics of what authority we bring along with our presence, with our words, and showing understanding without being judgmental, listening and hearing them, affirming the care recipient. So thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I really appreciate your feedback. Thank you very much.
Alfredo, I really appreciate you know that. And I really appreciate the fact that for you, chaplaincy is a vocation and not a job. That you are in it with ministry mind. Why do I say that? I always thought for everyone, chaplaincy is a vocation in ministry until I spoke with a friend's cousin. She put me in touch with, because I'm doing chaplaincy. So she said, "Oh, my cousin is in Ohio. She started chaplaincy, and I want you guys to talk." And when she contacted me, and I said, "Oh, that's fantastic." So I asked her the question why she went into chaplaincy. She's 63. She said, "I want income during my retirement. And I know that my retirement money will not get me anywhere. So I went to chaplaincy because I can do it as long as I want." Which for me was sad, because by default, I thought chaplaincy is a ministerial calling. You don't go into it. It's not just a job. It's a ministerial calling. But, when I listen to you and I see what you do, it's so, for me, it's deeply, deeply affirming that you are in chaplaincy because it is a ministry for you. And your verbatim, every single time you share, exemplify. And I want to say, for the group in general, I really applaud this group to really say that everyone here does this because of a vocational calling to do this, and not just a job, that another job one is trying to get. So I really applaud what you do. And I really like the way you engage that situation. For someone who really have a passion for those who are on the margins, I really applaud how you saw the caregiver, you saw her, you approached her. She wasn't your care recipient. This was this dying person and the family, but you saw the caregiver, you approached her, you make her seen and validated. Not only that, you probed her with open-ended question that allowed her to articulate her concerns. Not only that, you did spiritual assessment to assess what is it she needed. And you tried your best to do referral to try to help her. So in this situation, you were not just navigating the family who is about to lose their father's husband, but you really navigated the situation of this caregiver who is on the margins and who may have been standing there and nobody saw her. You saw her. That is the hallmark of true chaplaincy as a ministry to everyone, especially in the Jesus category that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me that I might preach good news to those categories of people he says preaching good news. They are all people on the margins. And you did that. So I want to appreciate you for that. I also want to appreciate you for your non-anxious presence, for empathy. You showed a lot of empathy. And yeah, I really, really, the moment you saw the caregiver and noticed her, saw her, validated her, you got it for me. It was just something that got my heart. And I'm like, this is Alfredo, So I want to really thank and appreciate you for that.
Thank you, Alice, for your comment. Yeah, you're right. For me, it's not a work, not a job. It's a calling. Thank you for confirming that to me. I'm not there for the income. I need it, but I'm not there for that. And you said right yesterday we had an interview one of the chaplains the supervisor want to contract, and he applied to the job because he lost one job and he needed an income. He never talked about calling, even though he's a pastor. He never talked about not at all about the spiritual arena. And I asked few questions like how he felt about the gay community. And his answer was that I don't care about them, what they think. And it made me think, they're gonna contract him to be as a chaplain right here? And I feel so bad because they're gonna do it. Because you and I, we have struggles together to complete your calling in some areas. Okay? And we are in a war that is your friend. Doesn't matter how he is your friend and you're gonna help him to get in. And that injustice I'm being carried on yesterday and don't let me sleep. Why are they gonna hire somebody like that only because he's the friend of the supervisor? And we are living in those injustice. And I explained my wife and I told her, I feel so bad. I feel so, it's not right. And she always remind me, remember, you are there for the people, not for the position. And I thanking God for my wife because she got me in the right position. I'm there not for the position, not for who are part of my team. I'm there because God put me there for the people, for the love of the people. And then that made me be aware about, even though when I cross the kitchen, I look at the people. And I can see who has a struggle. I was crossing the lobby from the ED department. And always is in the corners where you find the people who are hurt. There is a woman who was crying in the lobby. And I crossed and I went and check in, and I had to get back. And I approached myself to her. And I sitting next to her and I asked her, my name is Alfredo. What bothers you? And I ended it that she felt guilty because she was the caregiver of her grandson. And for some reason, the grandson fell down. And that was the reason she's in the hospital with the guiltiness. Well, that's why we are there, to help the people. And thank you for confirming that. Because yeah, you said right, totally right. This is a calling. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you.
I appreciate all the feedback. I agree with everything that all of you have said. And I want to invite all of us to, with you, Alfredo, look at the learning issue that you asked us to focus on. And you've gotten some feedback already on it and you identify how to avoid projecting my own beliefs onto others so I can help them where they are and be more effective in my work. So I would like us all to with you, go through the verbatim, not reading it, but everywhere that you talk about God, ask the question, am I projecting my own beliefs or am I meeting them where they are? That may be one way to see if there's some places where you can strengthen that. Does you follow what I'm saying? Does everyone follow? So if you have it in front of you, that's great. But mainly it's Alfredo, if you have it in front of you, and then just kind of run your eyes through it. And where's the first place you begin talking about God, which would be a reflection of your beliefs? So anyone, do the rest of you have it in front of you? That's okay.
No, I don't have it in front of me, but the first place that stuck out to me was when he asked, "Do they believe in God?"
Yeah,
or how. Yeah,
I think that's the first place too.
and that could have been different, a little bit different, I think.
What could that have been?
I mean, just go with
Sorry.
go ahead.
14 is the first time when I asked her, do you believe in God or higher power? I made that emphasis to see what her belief system.
Very
And I
good.
asked her, do you believe in God or a high power?
Very good. And Lisa, you were saying that could be a little different. What could that be? That might.
Yeah, I mean, instead of, because that was a little bit projecting his belief, because I guess, I guess he could have asked, what helps you have peace? What brings you joy? What brings you peace? What brings you comfort? What do you hold on to that brings you those things? Something like that.
You hear the difference, Alfredo?
Yes.
And it really fits with your intention, because you said I asked her that because I'm searching for what brings her comfort.
Mm-hmm.
So what brings you comfort?
Yeah.
There you go. And it doesn't have to be God or higher power or any
Okay.
of that. So that's one place. Excellent. C17, when you said, of course, I'll give it to you. Yes, you're going to give her this resource, which is so great. I remember Rod's presentation where he said, we are sometimes a resource meeting a need, which is what you were doing. And you said,
Yes.
of course, I'll give it to you. You see, God never abandons us. So that would be an expression of your belief.
Yeah.
How might that be without putting your belief in there that God never abandons us? Anybody, doesn't have to just be Alfredo. What might one do in that situation? You wanting to affirm that God has not abandoned her without telling her your belief, which is that God never abandons us.
Oh, of course.
Anybody?
God never let you. I
Mm.
have to exclude myself. Just God never let you down or never leave you, or God is with you, because I include myself in that, and I have to exclude myself and use made that is about her, not about me.
So you're
My-
saying you would say God never abandons you.
yes.
That's still your belief.
Oh wow. Mm.
So how would one offer an affirmation
Mm.
without your theology guiding it? What was your goal?
Maybe you hope she feels supported in the resources that he was able to offer her, you know.
Or just excluding that part is, of course, I'll give it to you.
Right, you could, but I want to honor that, like Lisa said, you're wanting to affirm that she
Okay.
feels supported. So you could say, I hope you feel supported by this resource. And she
Okay.
might say, thank God. That's her belief.
All right.
If it were a different setting and you weren't rushing, you
Yes.
could ask the question,
Okay.
do you believe that? And let her make it. Or you follow? Alfredo, I love you said, just don't say that at all. but this is but
Yeah.
there's some options. But excellent, excellent. I love that you asked her, what do you want to pray for? Even though you have been talking and you were aware of what was happening, I thought that was another good example of you not projecting your beliefs, and you invited her to say what she wanted to pray for. You asked her if she wanted prayer, and then you asked her what she wanted to pray for. I think that was great. And I love that you put your hand on her shoulder while you prayed after you got permission, right? Because
Yes.
touch is not always welcomed or encouraged, but you asked her. And I think that's good. Now, I know you asked her because you wrote it in here.
Yes.
But I also know that's your practice. I also know that's your practice. And that's very good. Anything else when you just think, those are the only places that came to mind, thinking about your learning goal of
Yeah.
places where you could withhold your belief even a little bit more.
Yeah. And C19
Very
is
good.
when I ask, may I put my head on your shoulder while I play?
Yes. That was great. That's very good. So yeah, I affirm everything everyone else has said. The great triaging, wonderful attention to the whole space and everyone. You're clearly a non-judgmental presence. Alice, do you feel like it was fixing oriented? And why? What made it not fixing?
Well, he wasn't trying in any way to fix anything. And that's why I said he did spiritual assessment, and through that, he was able to coach her to get help where she can find help. So what he did was assess the situation, and before even assessing the open-ended questions that he asked that allowed her to open up a little bit, and the opening led to a space where he could assess the situation and coach her on what to do. He didn't, even though he Alfredo look for resources, that is not trying to fix. Is again, that is where you get a fine line. It's like you don't do anything, you do something, but how you do it matters, right?
Right.
So in essence, he's tried to fix the situation, but the way he did it is through coaching, I would say, right?
Okay. Okay, I hear that. I think in C12, do you have children who can help you? I think you are, in a way, trying to point her to potential options. I love that. Didn't you apologize? You said, excuse me, but are you married? Why did you apologize? Say, I'm sorry to ask you. Why did you say, excuse me for asking, are you married? What was going on there?
Okay. As you say, you never know if they are or not, because sometimes I assume they say, I'm not married. I just live with them. See, or it's just my friend, even though they have kids. So it's the only question I say. I'm sorry for that question, but for me, sounds kind of dumb question, but it's some question that you have to ask.
Why did you need to know if she was married?
Because the first thing I asked her is because when she say I lost my job and I'm gonna have problems with my mortgage, okay, and I say that's why I asked that question. Are you married?
So, what is your belief that's informing the question of marriage after someone expresses they're the head of their household and they're concerned about their finances? What's your belief that leads to that question?
Well, in my culture, the machismo let the women take care of everything. Okay. And I asked her about that. See, she feel the responsibility, not only the house, the husband. Because in that way you can get into through different dynamic with her. See, try to make her think the resources she can have it in her. That's why I ask about husband, about children's. Because sometimes when you are in that situation, your mind is blocking out. You don't think. And the resources you have it in-house. Because as we preach as pastors, we know that God has the resources for us in-house. And that's the last thing we saw it. We look for a lot of resources outside the house. And sometimes it's there. The oil and the flour is there and you don't see it.
Would it though have helped to ask what kind of support system do you have that eliminates the specification of children, husband? But even though support system might be too broad, it allows for not going
No,
there.
that's a question.
It prevents you from not
Supply
going there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What other question can I ask her?
I hear you have a lot of responsibilities. Stop.
Okay, yeah.
Because I am trying to fix it. I'm trying to get her to see what you just described, the machismo piece informing your belief, and then see your resources. I hear you have a lot of responsibility. And then she gets to say,
Yeah.
whatever's on the mind, I sure do. I'm all by myself. I ain't married. I'm going through a divorce. My kids are trifling. Wow. It's a lot going on. And da 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 da. So it just pushes a little bit even further, Alice, away from that question, but you still might get to it. You still might say,
Yeah.
wow, what kind of support system do you have? As opposed to, where's that trifling husband of yours? Do you hear it, Alice? You hear it,
I mean,
Alfred?
chaplaincy is very complex. Very complex.
I want you to hear it's just one opinion. It's just my, I'm just one person. So it's just one opinion.
No.
Yeah,
It's a philosophy, though. It's a general philosophy, and it's a very complex.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like
You're right. You have to find the right question, even though your team is right. You have to articulate in a different way, the way that can be an inclusive personal and exclusion and inclusion. And to articulate those questions is what we learn right now, because our vocabulary is not my vocabulary is not that, even though in Spanish is not too extensive.
Mm-hmm.
So to learn those technical questions, because for me are technical questions, and I am the word of technical questions. As you say, instead of asking that, what kind of support system do you have? I never thought about make that question to nobody, because we are more direct to the person.
Mm-hmm.
And we are learning, to be a chaplain.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in the beginning I emphasize it. I am a chaplain in a process, or in a
Well,
process
I
to be
think
a
you
chaplain.
are a very good chaplain, and I think this was a good visit.
Yes.
And just echo what everybody else said about your presence and managing, someone who could have easily been overlooked in that situation. So bravo.
Yeah. All right.
Well
Thank
done.
you for the
Well done.
feedbacks.
And good feedback. Very good
Oh
feedback.
yeah.
Did you have anything else, Alfredo, before?
No, I'm
No?
writing down. I have
Okay.
enough to learn. I have enough to learn.
You have enough for now. Okay. I appreciate that. All right. Well, let's how about a break before the next one? And
Yes.
who will be next?
I can go.
All right, Lisa jumped in. So we'll go with Lisa. Is 10 minutes enough, or do you need a little more?
10 minutes is enough.
All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes. We all back almost. Okay. Lisa, take it away. You're on mute.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, this is the issue I wanted. I wanted to celebrate that over the last few weeks, I gained a better understanding of BDTIL and trauma-informed care, which during IS, Reverend Donna has helped me recognize these theories. A growing edge is to help me with this verbatim to see where I could have integrated theological reflection more explicitly. You can help me by showing me where I could have integrated theological reflection within this particular verbatim. Do you want me to read a little bit about the situation, or everybody has read it, or I'll do whatever you guys want? Do I need to read any of it, or you guys already have read it?
Can you re-summarize the situation, please, if you don't mind?
AL is a member of my church. She called early in the morning upset to discuss her wedding, which is scheduled to take place next fall. She is a teacher and was at school when she called. She had stepped away from her job because she was so upset. She recently got engaged, and that seemed to push her over the edge. For context, AL is African American and her fiance is white. She's struggling with concerns about racial issues that she has noticed with her fiance and his sister. He calls her brother D-boy, which she thinks that he isn't aware of the derogatory meaning of calling a Black person a boy. She must defend him to her family. She said she can't do this for the rest of her life. Her family is against the marriage. His sister suffers from mental illness and she's a racist. She stated that her father-in-law is a strong Republican, soon to be father-in-law, not a father-in-law, is a strong Republican and a Trump's follower. Is that good?
That's a good insight, Lisa. Is it okay for us to raise probably interventions?
Yes, that's that's what I was looking for. Yes.
It's okay. I've looked at it and I also noted how you weighed in on the theories, especially family dynamics and systems theory. You know, the triangulation and projection and fusion versus differentiation. These are theories that are very, very, instrumental to our understanding about CPE the more. Above all, getting to use the tools, the BDTIL, like you mentioned. So while the conversation goes on, perhaps it will come out all the more. So, but you as a chaplain, I appreciate the growth you've noticed and how you, within this, Verbatim addressed some of these, especially the family dynamics, appreciating the culture, the cultural mix within the interplay, and also showing real presence and self-awareness. Those are some of the things I, could point out. So thank you for the presentation. And while we go along with the conversation, perhaps, other things might be pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm trying to go over your verbatim on my phone, so that's why. Lisa, as always, like really is a strong verbatim, and that's not what you want us to do, but I'll still tell you, as always, it's a very strong verbatim. Your pastoral non-anxious presence is felt throughout the verbatim, and open-ended questions that you that really helped. Overall, I would say that it's a very strong verbatim. Specifically about the question on theological reflection, in C7, where you say racism is not something that simply goes away. Again, this is my own, I thought for me, that is really an opportunity not to stop there. They use that opportunity. Already we identify AL is a person of faith. So this is the addressee is a person who believes in God already. I would go a little further to ask a question on like, how does your faith help you navigate this kind of pain that is of racism or something of that, or something of that nature? I think is an opportunity to bring in for a kind of dialogue that allows probing more further or talking more further about images like that, using that type of sense of racism as a form of dehumanization. Anyway, that if that were me, I would go there. And then in the moment where she's this
Alice's feedback?
Huh?
Did you follow Alice's feedback?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's about, about how I could have changed it around the theological reflection around and what I could say. Yeah.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, how your faith helped you navigate the pain. And
right.
yeah.
Just something, again, for me, that was an opportunity theologically, again, specifically about your question. Then you also have the moment in C22, in this context is trying to discern whether to marry. And you really, in that situation, offered your emotional support, and you created this open-ended question. What would it look like if you had an honest conversation with TM? Again, for me, I will use that as an opportunity to go a little bit further, or to ask something like, again, how will I ask that? That will probe a theological question, would be something like, knowing she used the God language. I'll go further to ask something like, what do you believe God desires for you? Not just in this marriage, but in you holistically, or reflect back something of the nature of how will I put it? Something of, do you feel giving the do you feel you could, anyway, I'm trying to articulate something that is not working anyway. But that is another moment of that opportunity to bring in some theological engagement, and then yeah, those two moments, the
About racism or
opportunity.
about
Yeah,
were you
the first one is that when in the situation of the racism, where you in C7 say racism
yeah,
is not something that simply goes away. That is a moment where you could
right,
ask, how does your faith help you navigate this kind of situations?
right.
Or
But C22, what was that? That was about.
C22 was, what will it look like if what would it look like if you had an honest conversation with,
Oh
that
yeah,
is
yeah.
C22, you think that,
Right.
what will
Okay.
it look like if you had an honest conversation with TM? That also could be an invitation to a theological reflection. It's like, what do you believe or desire for your life is, or not just in marriage, holistically? If you want to go there in the theological. And it theologically also, again, is marriage in the God language is a secret covenant. You really feel freely, you can enter it freely with joy. Or will it feel like a burden? Again, because of that doubt to whether to marry or not to marry, right? So yeah. But I do think that your current reflections are excellent, you know. I think it's really good already. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lisa, how does it, feel to even imagine asking those theological questions as Alice is suggesting?
Yeah, I don't know why I get stuck when I'm in those situations and don't ask them, but I'm trying to rewire my brain to do that. And it's helpful to be able to hear the input, so that I can, start focusing differently when I'm in my visits with the care recipient. So it's very helpful. I'm grateful to hear all the feedback.
How does it feel to imagine asking someone in this situation, what do you think God has for your life in this moment?
It feels a little stressful to ask people that stuff like that. For me, it does. I don't know why, because because you never know what the comeback is going to be. God ain't never did nothing for me, which I've heard before. So it's kind of stressful trying to navigate those waters. So yeah, I know I need to do it, but it's stressful, and I feel that stress right now, even thinking about it. Yeah, but
I
will not do it if I feel stressed. Not at all.
Well, wait. Well. Hold on a second. Before you, like Alfredo, strike the line. What is stressful about hearing what they think about God?
Oh, I guess it's probably my own countertransference, because I felt in my life that in certain situations, especially around racism and different things, where were you, God? You weren't there. I had to navigate this on my own and all this. So it's hard for me to ask certain questions that I felt I've been in those positions before. and how I felt about God in those situations, angry, mad, where were you, and I guess I find it hard to articulate that to people because I anticipate the rejection, but more or less, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, it's my own countertransference, maybe.
Wow. You anticipate their rejection of God,
Mm-hmm.
and when they reject God, what's your responsibility?
Um, I mean, I mean that's their thing. I get it's their thing. It's not a reflection of me or anything, but it still feel I still you to me I still feel the sting of those words, and they would kind of probably um activate my countertransference in a way that probably wouldn't be helpful.
Really? Say more. What would happen that wouldn't be helpful?
Because I probably wouldn't be in the chaplain or pastor role. I'll probably be in the like friend role. I understand. I'm with you. I know I've been there. I know how God is, stuff like that, I know me. So yeah, I would probably step outside the boundaries of, my role. So I know that for me.
So am I hearing you right? The way you would step out the boundaries of your role is that you would affirm their sense of God's abandoning them in this difficult moment.
Yeah, I guess you could
I
say
want to
it that
introduce you to Chaplain Alfredo. He knows God never abandons us. Come on, help the team. Talk to her. Come on.
But I know we're supposed to stay alongside, not being, we're not supposed to be like enmeshed with it. We're supposed to come alongside them. So I'm working on that, and hopefully God's will, you know, I'll do a lot better in the coming sessions that I have, So this is helpful for me. Yeah.
May I ask a question? Do you know if the fiance, maybe that is something you don't even need to find out, is also a person of faith?
Oh, the
Do
boyfriend?
you know? Yeah.
The boyfriend, no, he don't go to church. He has church hurt. Somebody hurt him at church or something. She said when he was younger, a little boy or something. He hasn't been back.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah,
like, well,
because
he
that
has,
could.
huh?
No, I'm saying even the theological reflection, which really they call with the racism thing, is how racism intersects with her faith and dignity. But in that type of reflection, for her, it wouldn't even help to have her address the issue if that person doesn't really is not the God talk, or it's not the person of faith. To see that intersection between the experience of racism in that relational dynamic, and how the intersection between that is not just racism as racism, but theologically it is racism, and that impacts her faith, her dignity, her humanity, in all of that.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked about that, and I guess she said her mother went through the same thing. Her mother went to church with Her dad didn't, So she didn't want to live that type of life, but I don't know. I guess she's willing to compromise and do it. I don't know.
I think mine is a question, as I get to learn the core and within the CPE program, cultural sensitivity and the intercultural competencies. I imagine this situation within the verbatim. I would have understood it certain in the sense that when we talk about marriage, we talk about the spouses alone, we talk about families, we talk about extended families and everything. So, but here, the fusion and the differentiation and also the triangulation that is, being brought forward, is it really very strong where perhaps two young people, if they have love for themselves, the consent is there. Um, Personally, the impression I have is that they could just move to one city away from everybody and begin their life and live their lives. But in Africa, no, no. Even if you run to the moon, your siblings, everybody is interfering, and you're conscious of pleasing the next person, aunties and uncles, everything. So it's a question, and I needed also answers from everybody to maybe give me clarification based on a few things you try to bring up in this verbatim so that I gain understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious if that conversation can have another dynamic because I'm reading the dynamic that you have with her.
Mm-hmm.
She always couple of times complain about that he doesn't attend church, and he relate the when you are not attending church, you can have an issue problems because she emphasized a couple of times about the problems that their parents have it because she thought was because they do not assist to church. And he showed some kind of fear first, that she has it and her belief system. And like from P17 to P22, she's talking to you about his worry, about his fears, and you asking, what will it look like if you had an honest conversation with TM when she's talking to you about his worries, his fears, that can be another dynamic or guide
Mm-hmm.
her, help her in her
Right.
traumas, because she has traumas.
Right.
That's what she has some kind of fears to get into the marriage. And he always been worried about him, not about
Mm.
her.
Right.
Because in the 21 P
Mm-hmm.
say, uh, I don't want to hurt him. And in the beginning say we have an issue, you know, but I feel so bad. My question is why she feels so bad when she breaks down. And for me, she has some kind of traumas and fears. And you guide the conversation about her and her traumas, not really in the matters of the the uh, the wedding, because for me, I can see the wedding as an excuse only. You
Mm-hmm.
know, the really problem is inside of her. And
Right.
even though you doing a great job, you was there, you have compassion, okay? You have empathy, you've been there, you have presence, okay? For me, the dynamic I can see it's not really about even though she say, I don't want to be married, it was about her first about that.
Mm-hmm.
Her personal issues, because the example she had from her parents about not attending church, and somehow she has some issues in that area.
Right.
And the question for me in C22 is about what do you mean to hurt him? So I get more explanation about you have more care about him than yourself. Explain me. And C22 can be the question. What do you mean about hurt him?
Right. And we did talk about that, and and I did tell her she has to put herself first. It's not all about how he feels, but her feelings are important as well. She don't want to hurt him because she's been with him for 3 years, and she know he would be hurt because he loves her, and she says she loves him too, but she don't think she could, do it. But I think they're working it out. So I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't easy, okay? Wasn't easy, you know.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
hard to
feel,
put it's hard to put
what
everything in there.
was hard, and it was
Yeah,
a great version because it's a lot to learn in this. It's one of
yeah,
those passion that you can learn a lot.
yeah,
I'm learning, and trust
yeah,
me. I was talking with Dana yesterday about the richness
yeah.
and those verbatims when we have a lot of discussions because
Right.
reaching out,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
that we doing something wrong. We are reaching ourselves and knowledge and help
Right.
us when to growing,
Yeah.
you know,
No,
as a
I
chaplain.
appreciate
I
the
said,
feedback. No, it's helpful. I
yeah,
appreciate it. Because there are areas I could ask different questions and things. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to hear that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate earlier, Lisa, that you said around the place where you wanted to grow around theological questions that you said, hey, I know I don't want to be enmeshed and have what I feel just get enmeshed with what they feel. You don't know what she feels because you didn't ask her, how does she see God in this?
Right.
Do you see God in this?
Um, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know if you talking about the marriage or the whole thing.
Do you think God is relevant in this situation in her life?
Oh yeah, God's relevant in every situation in our
How
lives. Yeah.
is God relevant in this scenario?
I think he's going to be the guiding force in whatever decision she makes because she trusts God and she prays to God and she talks about God all the time. So I know she's going to rely on him for the strength that she needs to make whatever decision she needs to make. Um, and even through, I guess, because sometimes I guess she feels depressed and down and out, but she says that, she knows God is her source and he's her strength. So um, he's going to be there to take care of her. So um,
I appreciate that framing. Your theological talk is what you think she believes, which is great, because you're keeping her center. Do you believe God was in this moment with you and her?
I think so because he had to be because I didn't really know what to say because I'm not married and um, being in those types of situations, sometimes people will tell me, "Well, you're not married, so you don't know." But I feel like God gives everybody wisdom around certain situations, so I believe God was there to give me what I needed to respond to what she needed.
So you felt the presence of God in the questions that you asked.
I did, because usually I'm kind of like really nervous and different things, but I just felt like kind of a peace that God was with me, and the whole conversation went smoothly. And specifically, besides she's like in her 30s, and I don't deal well with people from certain age groups, but it just went really smooth. And I knew that it had to be God guiding the conversation. It wasn't me, because I know how nervous and I get around those situations. So I felt like God gave me everything I needed.
Can you imagine that presence of God when you're talking about God or inviting someone to think about God?
Um, it's kind of hard to. It's kind of difficult to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm working on it, Reverend. I'm working on it, but it's a process. I don't know where the disconnect comes in, and I don't know why it's there, but it's there. So I just have to be honest with myself that I have to keep working on it.
I think you named it here a little bit. You said you have experiences of asking people and they say, God didn't do nothing. There's racism all around us. It always has been, always existed. God never stopped racism.
Yeah.
That's a tough response.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're aware that you're avoiding the possibility of someone expressing something like that about God.
Yeah.
And that you join in. But outside of that part, and that's real. I wonder if we could all talk about what we know and experience when we invite people to talk about God, and their response is, well, God didn't do nothing. God doesn't do anything. God doesn't fix it. What do we know when that happens, when we invite God talk? Particularly in the context where you're aware that this woman is a person of faith.
Yeah, can I say something about that? One of the things I learned in my own experience, Lisa, we always want to see God change the things around us. And we pray a lot for that. And when we do not see the things change the way I wanted around us, we thought that God didn't hear us. And it's valid. We are humans. But I learned that some of my prayers is not, or God not change the things around me. He helped me to going through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because God is more interested in change my soul than the things around me. And when I do not feel God, when I pray, it's because my prayers are not changing the things around me. Give me to me the strength, the knowledge to walk through the valley.
Mm-hmm.
The valley is not going to change, as the Psalms say.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is going to change, but your prayers are going to guide you across the valley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So the beauty, the understand when God don't answer a praise or we don't feel it. Okay? The beauty of that is because He's working in our faith, not in our feelings. Okay? When you believe that God called you, it's enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because He called us not because we are perfect. He called us because we are humans and He needs us to reach others. Even though you are not married, you understand as a woman. Even though you are not a grandfather, or grandmother. You're a woman. And it's enough from God to help a married woman. A married woman. It's enough for God.
Thank
See?
you. I appreciate it.
So it's your calling. And God is going to honor your faith, even though if you don't feel Him. You are there because God sent you, not because you want it.
Mhm.
See, when I don't feel God, which most of the time I don't feel it,
Mhm.
okay? I have the truth and Him that He sent to me. It's not my word, it's His word. I don't have to, how can I say that? I don't have to do the things, try to represent God. He can represent Himself. I don't have to do nothing extraordinary. He's gonna use you, your voice, your knowledge, and He's gonna be there because He loves you. God's loves you, and there is no doubt about it.
Mhm.
The way you are, the way you speak, because He made you different from everybody.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of time when all of us, we don't feel God.
Mm.
We felt like He abandoned us.
Yeah.
My wife have had two miscarriages, the first two. We felt the same way. But now I can say thanks God for that moment. Because that moment of loneliness, I understand now, looking back, that God was there.
Mm.
And He still.
Thank you. I appreciate it,
So
Alfredo.
somebody told me that dots are the doors of the faith. If you have dots, I got dots, doesn't mean you don't have faith. There's nothing to do with the faith. The faith is still there because God put there. Nobody can take away, not even God. When God gives you something, He does not take away.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback.
I have two questions. I mean, fundamental questions, but Donna, I think you were probing the God talk thing, but I do have questions that is in my head. Since I read your verbatim, but it's a question for the group, I think. Should I go ahead, Donna? Or you want to finish the God talk? Okay, I wrote them down because I think it will transition later to my own questions that I want the group to have me. In this particular conversation, AI or AL is your church member. She calls you pastor, which means you are a mentor pastor. You are also engaging her in this verbatim as a chaplain, right? So there's this dual role, a chaplain and a pastor. As a pastor and a mentor, they see you as somebody who give directive, who give advice, to help people see clearly. So in that sense, you actually give advice as a pastor. That's why they come to you. Pastor, what should I do? Pastor, what do you think? Right? That the pastor does that. The chaplain cannot do that. The chaplain doesn't give directive, give open-ended question, pull back pushes back the agency to care recipient, so they perform quite different role. And in this particular verbatim, you are navigating the two. AL sees you as a pastor, not as a chaplain, period. And so she's engaging you as the familiar, the pastor she knows. So she comes with this relationship of trust. This is her pastor. So she really will want an advice from her pastor, because that's how she understands the role of a pastor mentor.
Mhm.
But you are engaging her as a chaplain. So you put the hat of a chaplain, she puts the hat of a pastor, and you guys meet in this verbatim. So my question is, what does it really mean to serve in those dual roles at this, to the same person? That is one. At the same it's like, how in such situation do you or I or all of us, because all of us here do dual roles, or all of us differentiate between spiritual guidance and companionship, right? Because as a pastor, they see you as one who gives spiritual guidance, but as a chaplain, you are working along with that person. You are not there to give guidance. You are just there to be with to be that presence with that person. Now, when a care receiver expects answer or guidance because of your pastor title, right? Or my pastor, or all of us our pastor title, how do we respond without disempowering them or violating chaplaincy principles, right? In this, again, in this situation specific to AL, even though she's seeking pastoral input, you didn't give it, but she is really seeing you as the pastor, that she knows that her pastor will guide her even when she asks question, what should I do, right? So
Are you talking?
navigating those
You talking about the
AL,
part where she asks, "What would I do in this situation?" Are you talking about that part?
right, right.
Yeah, I mean, even as a pastor, I wouldn't, I wouldn't give advice because then that would come back on me like, "Oh, well, you told me not to marry him because nah." I so I don't think that's definitely that's not like definitely being a chaplain role. Even as a pastor, I definitely wouldn't get into that. That's you know,
Right.
I
I'm
don't know.
not expecting you to get into that really, but I'm saying that creates a dynamic. In this particular situation, yes, you cannot get into that. But in any situation that you put the heart of a chaplain, you won't even if it means guidance in simple things that is
Mm-hmm.
non-complex, such as marriage, chaplaincy says don't do it. Right. In very mundane, simple things,
Mm-hmm.
chaplaincy heart says do not give
Let's take
advice.
an example. Let's take a quick example. In C24, well, start with P23. She said he's very understanding and supportive of me. He always talks to me through my problems. I need some time away. I think I will speak to him about taking a break to make sure this is right for us. And then and I think you told us you did a lot of pausing. And then your response, C24, AL, you must think about yourself. You matter. Your feelings are important. And let's say you decided, which was a powerful response, affirming her, right? And let's say you decided to try God talk there. And I want you to role play with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to come alongside you. So, AI, you must think about yourself. You're important. You matter. Have you thought about how God is leading you? And you be AI and give your worst fear of her response.
Mm-hmm. Um, how can I see God in my marriage when I didn't see him in my parents' marriage?
That's a lot. So you're thinking about your parents' marriage and the absence of God in that. Can you say more about that?
I think, well, if I'm being her, she felt like there wasn't any peace in the household.
Mm-hmm.
Her father was verbally abusive to her and her
Mm.
mother, but her mother decided to stick it out and stay, you know.
Ex- So I hear you saying you have, when it comes to marriage, you don't see God showing up in a very helpful way. Do you find I'm just coming alongside her, and I am being a pastoral presence. And I and you gave what is your worst answer. God ain't in it, right? That's your fear. And you just keep coming along. So I'm hearing you say you don't think God is in it. And you just keep coming alongside them, inviting them to keep unpacking that. And at
Okay.
some point, you may say something that is a theological statement. Is that really how you feel God is? And they will say, well, or have you ever experienced God's peace? And then they'll give an example of when they have, right? So that's it. You just keep coming alongside them. So Alice, the pastoral role isn't being usurped or set aside, other than in that moment, Lisa is not turning to scripture and say, come on, let's read Corinthians about love, because this is what love is. You're not being, that's not who you are anyway, but you're not being prescriptive to that degree. But in your chaplain support of her, you're coming alongside and you're asking theological questions and inviting her to say what she thinks without judging it. You just keep inviting her to express what she thinks about God. That's a very interesting connection, AI, that you're making with how you saw God in your parents' marriage and how you're imagining God may be in your marriage. Stop and let her keep on exploring that. And the pastor might say, well, you're not your parents. Stop.
Mhm.
Let her keep on. And that's so you don't have to defend God. And you don't even have to define God for her. You just keep coming alongside asking those awkward God questions. Is that how you that's what I'm hearing you say about God. You're restating what she's saying about God and just letting it unfold. So in a way I'm answering Alice's question. I'm responding to Alice's question, but I'm also affirming your ability to say, hey, I don't want to be enmeshed and I want to talk about God. But God is not a great topic sometimes. But here's how.
Yeah.
Invite and come along.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think you can do that, Lisa.
Maybe, but I
Your
got
leg
work
may
to
be
do.
shaking while you're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely that. Um, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Definitely needed all the good feedback because that's helpful because you don't know how far to go or what to say, but I see where you say, say this and then stop or yeah. And I understand. I appreciate Alice's point of view of it as well. Definitely. All good feedback and I appreciate it. I
You are.
needed it.
We're grateful that you brought the verbatim. You have only stopped us like 5 or 6 times. You hear Lisa's group. Very good. Thank you very much. It's over. Stop, y'all. I love it. I know you can come alongside people because you know how to stop the group. Just you got this. Alice, did
But
you want
Lisa, you have to know that my questions to you are my questions to myself. So
right?
that is, you should know that that is a thing.
Yeah. It's helpful. It's not, I mean, I'm not hurt by it, honestly. I'm glad because I need help in that area. And some things I didn't mention why I need help with the God situation. Definitely working on that as well. my own personal issue with it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your transparency. Did
Mhm.
Alice, would you like more reflection on your piece?
I would like more reflection when you come to my verbatim, because all those questions are the questions I need help with. So if we want to give it here, great. But I saw that Lisa inhabits those two spaces, and sometimes they intersect, and sometimes one somehow mutes the other, because chaplaincy is the overarching framework within which the conversation is taking place. But for her, she is using the pastoral mentor lens, whereas Lisa is using the chaplaincy lens in that conversation.
Do you
Sometimes
feel
they intersect, and sometimes.
that you're
Huh?
using, do you feel that's accurate? You're using a chaplain lens in that conversation?
Um, definitely, I definitely see that. I definitely, I didn't put a name to it, but that's definitely what I do. And I within myself understand why. I know the reason. Um, yeah, I just have to unpack it more. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. We can pause right here and take our self-care education and practice session and come back in 30 minutes. All right. All right. I'll see you in 30 minutes.
why is the doggy breathing hard?
Are you breathing hard? You need some water? He's imitating the owner. We had a brisk walk.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, the gang's all back. We're ready. Whoever is number 3.
I can certainly go since it correlates with Lisa's question.
Okay.
My question to Lisa. So,
Okay. Of which Lisa had a really good answer. I'm so glad.
Sorry, Alice. I didn't want to interrupt the break. The question, those are my learning moments and all that. I asked about intercultural competencies and cultural sensibilities because of the setting. I said in Africa it wouldn't be a problem because I'm yet on orientation, spiritual care, rendering spiritual African Americans. We also did some on those and all that. So cultures and so I wasn't having the difficulty if these were African, having issues, one thing, family related, and just a marriage and love life and future. But for a typical so just one word, I just want to learn. I hope it doesn't interfere with the time.
Alice, please go ahead. Alice's.
that Victor, I think Victor was suggesting the question he asked during Lisa's time, if there's a response to that before I proceed. Is that what you wanted, Victor?
Does
Yes.
anybody have a response to Victor's question? I really couldn't hear it clearly. Does anybody who could hear it clearly have a response?
I really think his question is important because there's discrepancy in Africa. Marriage, you marry the family. So everything, you can't really think about marriage without thinking about the extended family. So family is so involved. A case in point in the situation that Lisa was dealing with, these guys use racial slur. The sister is racist, and all of that. And the family of the girl really doesn't approve of that marriage. In the context of Africa, they will not get married because even the person getting married will feel like, but this guy would disrespect my brother, would disrespect my family. That racial thing is not just between the two, it involves a family dynamic. So that will play a lot into that marriage to even happen. But the situation in the US is different. So there's some intercultural differences there. And I think, if I understand Victor well, that is that direction that he wants to know, those kinds of dynamics here. Victor, is that correct?
Excellent.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that. Alice, I appreciate it.
Most likely, I think this thing it will come up more, Victor. So most likely we'll get to those intercultural dynamics. It's very
Yeah,
complex.
I'm not
you
sure
know.
what I think the statement you made, Alice, is accurate. And what I heard you saying, Victor, is accurate. They're different intercultural dynamics. We certainly can't list them all. They're particular to the circumstance. So you would do well as a chaplain to ask about the cultural dynamics regarding marriage if it was, relevant for your spiritual care. Don't make an assumption that it's consistent with your understanding of marriage. But there are going to be cultural differences that are not cannot be universally characterized or nationally characterized as American. There's no such thing. Each situation would have different cultural nuances. Because there's contexts in America where they would not accept an interracial marriage, so there'd be no marriage. There's contexts where a woman over 30 is not going to marry, so she's missed her time, it's too late. So there's no absolute, here's American cultural marriage means this. You would have to ask about the cultural dynamics around marriage.
Thank you.
Okay. Also assuming that as I wrote in my where I sent my verbatim yesterday, that the very first question or the very first statements, student learning need based on goals, and why I'm bringing the verbatim encapsulate the areas where I want help from the group. And might I begin by saying I got really good help yesterday in IS. So it was very, very helpful. And I really want to still bring it to the group dynamic because that is really, really my area of growth. That is area of my biggest wrestling. Navigating my hyphenated identities is my real big area of wrestling, and any help from the group will be very helpful to me. And I'm very, very open and don't even feel like you can't say anything. I trust my group very well, and I know that every comment are constructive comments to help me get better. So I really, really appreciate you helping me navigate this complex identity that is who I am. So if in my help, I can just read just that piece, the first introductory to my verbatim that encapsulates where I need help. Does that help, or everybody read it? I don't need to.
You can go on. I don't know.
Okay. I'm reading from my phone because obviously I can share the screen there, and I'm praising God. God does miracle. This my hotspot is holding. Praise God. I'm in Florida right now, and yesterday I had the most horrible day with trying to get this internet to work, but I moved position this morning and the hotspot seems to hold. I've not been in and out, I think so. So hopefully with our class, we go through our class without me. I'm going to remove my glasses to read. I'm reading from my phone. I bring this verbatim to my peers because it sits at the complex intersection of AL suffering and my own hyphenated identity. Her story of being emotionally tormented, culturally erased, and spiritually shamed by her in-law called forth every layer of who I am: chaplain, biblical scholar, trauma-informed caregiver, and human rights advocate. Each of these each of it was activated as correct English, I wasn't correct, but not all aligned. As a chaplain, I am called to be a non-anxious presence, not a fixer, not a rescuer, but a coach. Yet in that moment, I was not non-anxious. My heart hurt deeply. The human rights advocate in me was brimming with a fierce desire to protect AL, to confront the abusive voices and name them for what they are, misogyny masquerading as tradition. The biblical scholar in me felt enraged that the same patriarchal logic I've spent years deconstructing was now being weaponized to strip this grieving woman of her identity. The trauma-informed caregiver in me was hyper-aware of the mental toll this was taking on her body and soul, and I wanted to create immediate safety. I held all of this in tension, resisting the urge to take over, to speak for her, or to shut down her pain. Instead, I coached her gently, trusting that she had the strength and clarity to act on her own behalf. She did. And I was left wondering, what helped me stay grounded? What almost made me lose it? How do I, in moments like these, honor the fire in me without letting it consume the care I am offering? I bring this to my colleagues not only to better accompany AL moving forward, but also to seek wisdom on how to faithfully embody my multiple identities in moments of acute injustice. How can I continue to let my advocacy, scholarship, and pastoral presence coexist without fragmenting myself or the care I provide? What spiritual and professional practice can help me return to center in moment when every part of me is activated? I need help holding that tension well. I need help staying present without becoming undone.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice. This was a very powerful verbatim. I can see your social justice support coming out in it very strongly. I'm going to read what I wrote as well, like I did Alfredo. As spiritual influencers, we are entrusted with the profound task of caring for the hearts and souls of those who seek our guidance. We become vessels of hope, compassion, and support, often holding space for others' struggles and doubts and deepest wounds. While this calling is sacred and fulfilling, it is not without its weight. In our devotion to lifting others from their despair, we may sometimes lose sight of our own needs. The emotional and spiritual burdens we carry on behalf of others can quickly accumulate, eroding our own sense of peace and clarity. If we do not tend to our own well-being, the risks of compassion fatigue, burnout, and emotional exhaustion grow ever more real. That is why it's not only wise, but essential for those who lead and nurture others to seek guidance and healing themselves. Having a therapist, a compassionate professional, trained ear to listen to your issues and help you reflect in God offers us a sanctuary in a safe space. We can lay down our burdens, explore our challenges, and replenish our spirit. The therapist's presence becomes a gentle reminder that we too are worthy of care and support. And I want you to know, Alice, that you are worthy of care and support. You pour out your heart to every care receiver that you have, and you need somebody to pour back into you. So I hope and pray that you can find someone that can support you, a therapist or a coach or someone that can pour back into your life and fill your cup.
Thank you so much, Lisa. True. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Alice is a deeply revealing verbatim, that's weighed strongly on when I say our, perhaps you and I, our shared, narrative history and intersecting um, dynamics of orienting system and some of the practices that are very familiar with our own origins that may not come out straight as interventionist, that are shrouded in communal sense of support. But underneath all that, you see dignity being eroded. You see undue influence by external factors that diminish the personality. So these are some of the things that one could, remove layer after layer in widowhood practices, in family dynamics, in a certain sense of injustice from a community that doesn't recognize gender, in the inherent danger, gender inequalities that play out, especially the role of women and the feminine gender. So, and I could also notice how you are trying to blend, not delve into fixing, balancing out your role as a chaplain, wanting to remain non-committal, yet being involved at the same time. So it's not easy to do exactly that, but it all came out, and how you used your innate qualities to do this balancing act is what I, praise so much. If you look at your future plans and all that, you also highlighted how you wanted to bring in with what CPE is equipping all of us with skills and arming us with the know-how to navigate the rough waters of cultural realities. So I think I appreciate this. It's also a take-home for us. We, before now, talked about our intercultural competencies. These are some of the things that all of us, even if we don't come from this particular culture. So we hear these stories, the experience, we also take them in as we continue to strengthen our own chaplaincy skills. So thank you for bringing that to the fore, Alice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victor. I really appreciate, and I really also appreciate because we have the same lived experience. You might be from Nigeria, Cameroon, the African experience, and especially about the patriarchal inheritance law system and the havoc it creates. You can, share that. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the support, and yeah, appreciate that. And I really love the fact that I have a male African man who really is so much in solidarity with the plights of the people suffering through these cultural traditions, so-called masquerading in like traditions that really oppresses, dehumanizes, and erases. So I appreciate that.
Oof, that was tough, at least. That was intense, intense, intense. Wasn't easy. I can see it. As you say, I can feel it. Even when I read it, But you've been there. That's good. You have compassion. You empathize with her. You have presence. You are listening. Even though you have struggles with your own feelings. Okay, at some point, disagreement, some you feel so bad for the situation, for the injustice. But you've been there with her. That's the main point. You've been there with her. Good or bad, you've been there for her. She's the chaplaincy call it. And I really appreciate that you bring this verbatim to us because it's a lot to learn, to understand. It's going to reach our knowledge. I can tell you that. Because the situation you be in it wasn't easy. And I can tell you, you are brave women. You love your ships. That's what I can tell you. You love that. And I can see that you can give it your life for them. You have passion. And I admire that. Thanks for sharing that. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Alfredo. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel and I realize my verbatims are very, I think because I work in the community, it's different when you work in community centered and everybody's, it's a lot of heavy things going on and it's just people from church, the community, a lot is going on. So sometimes I wonder if I worked in like hospice care, hospital, would that be better for me? Because I'm not dealing with so much my narrative history intersecting with those realities too much. It's like, especially the African patriarchal system and the damages it does. I encountered those too many times. So my thing to myself, maybe in next unit, I should try to find a per diem job in spaces where I don't have to deal with this, my narrative history and oriented system getting me so worked up, So anyway, but the vocation is what it is. I think encountering it at the end of the day, transformation happen, no matter how it is. Healing is begin to happen. So, but it's heavy. It's really heavy to. And I think all of us here in that situation will feel the heaviness, especially all of us have passion for justice. But we really will want to stand up against all forms of dehumanization. And those are the encounters I really experience. Lisa and myself were the two who worked in community, and I have a lot of people that seek me out, also because I've been mentored to many people for a long time. But they're all heavy, very heavy situations, that it's not easy to navigate it as a chaplain.
No, I think the hospitals, as the years, the people who is in jail, the chaplains who work with them, we all gotta have a different scenarios. And I think that put us in the place that we can work. I feel like a fish in the water in the hospital, and nobody can see it. I find my atmosphere. When I am working out of the area, I feel so bad. I feel that I'm not gonna make it. Even though it's hard, you know, sometimes you are swimming against the water and get tired. But I think God put us in the places that we have the strength that He give us to be there. And you're doing amazing work. I can see it. I can see that you are doing an amazing work in the place you are. And for me, you are the right person to handle this. Because I thought, what am I doing if I'm in the same situation? I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know. Until I've been in that place, I can tell you. But
Mm.
to me, you are doing a great job. Like I say, we are chaplains in construction. That's what we are.
Mm.
Chaplains in construction. And thanks for bringing this up, because I know it's hard to build this Verbatim. It's at least a day working on it, thinking,
Yeah.
reflecting. It's not something that you're
Yeah.
doing in 50 minutes, like on a sermon. Well, sometimes you build a sermon in 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But building this and present us like a wild time, investment time. And I'm gonna tell you, you invest in this Verbatim and you're gonna have the reward that you deserve.
Thank you. Thank
The
you.
knowledge.
Thank you, Alfredo. Yeah.
Thanks
you.
for that.
Yeah, thank you. This morning, Alphonsine, again, AL called me asking for prayer because she's very depressed. And we spent 30 minutes on the phone praying with her. And I followed up by asking if it will help to see a therapist because, again, she expressed she's depressed. But there was a lot of resistance there that, and her whole thing, they will not understand. Therapists here don't understand our situation. They will not understand anything I'm saying. That I understand, I can pray with her. But this is, again, the boundaries of, we are not therapists, and that is very clear, and I have had, Donna knows that very well. I've had other people who are African boys who are also went to therapy, and they found it not conducive at all for their unique identity and social location. They just found it and stopped after the first one. So another thing that will really be helpful is we don't have a lot of therapists that are who have that exactly what Victor was talking, intercultural awareness. We don't have a lot of people like that. They're not invested in that. So for people like AL, she will need somebody with intercultural competence, even if not competency, awareness. And she just resisted immediately, and it just made me think of another situation that I'm trying to get to look for somebody who has that competency to relate to those contextual variables informing the person in need story. So, yeah.
One of your learning requests for this conversation here is around this changing, what we've been calling the changing of hats. And so can we share what we know about that? Because I think all of us have experience of having to wear multiple hats. So can we talk about what we know about that, how we do it? I think the expression is you change the hat, you don't change the shelf. You know, as a preacher, as a caregiver, as a teacher, as a manager, I'm trying to do so by being present, being engaging, being curious, having some cultural humility. And at the bottom, the shelf, me, hasn't changed, but I may have to change the hat and be the manager who's enforcing a hospital policy, or change the hat and be the manager who's able to lean in to enforce the hospital policy with a certain pastoral sensitivity. So that we know about that, I think it might be helpful, given Alice's identified learning, to share what we know.
I think, sorry, let me add a few things. It begins, first of all, from self-awareness that comes with showing deep presence. With that, if that self-awareness is situated properly, then the chaplain will be able to assess the situation around, the circumstances. With that assessment, you can now demonstrate that you've identified, you've come to terms with the dynamics that play around within a certain situation during a visit, the personalities, dynamics that plays on between the characters and even within the person of the chaplain, as where counter-transference will come in. So with that, all that awareness, then roles can be identified, and perhaps the chaplain can now delete between playing the pastor in a certain instance to delaying or stopping oneself from overreaching to become a fixer, perhaps also balancing it out to put on the hat of somebody, an authority who is there not to lead, but to guide, to affirm, to accompany. So these are, first of all, identify self-awareness, first of all, so that with that, other, dynamics can be both identified and demonstrated. That's the first thing I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful, Victor.
I want to say echo what Victor said, because as soon as you are aware, okay, that you are not there as a, or you are not there as a pastor, that you want to be as a chaplain, as soon as you have that awareness, you are acting as a chaplain. The problem is that you wasn't aware. You are aware. So this is the beginning to be a chaplain, to act as a chaplain. I usually do that when I enter to the room. I'm here as a chaplain, not as a pastor. And I am still doing. Remind myself when I get a conversation, I am a chaplain, not his pastor. But then in your position is kind of different because you are a pastor or pastor. But to be aware that you want to be a chaplain there, to come along with her. Yeah. Doesn't mean you don't have to have your passion. Doesn't mean you don't have to have your feelings. Even though you have your feelings, your passion, you are there to walk along with her, not to impose your thoughts, just to be there for her. See? And for me, that's the beginning, knowing, be aware about exactly who you are in the moment. And you can act as a chaplain.
Thank you, Alfredo. That's very helpful. And I think that it's that awareness that helped me when they erase, when the in-law told her she has no identity and berated her, that I really would have jumped into that so bad. But I didn't, and so, yeah, awareness is key, even though it doesn't erase the tension, because different parts of you want to react, but it's very helpful. Thank you.
Remember the movie that we saw it, the In and Out, and the last moment, the last essay, when they try to fix the things, and Joy tried to fix the problem, and the only person who can fix the problem was sadness. Okay, and this interesting in that particular moment, because sadness fixed the problem, not joy. And sometimes you have your feelings and you guide your feelings in the right way, that you can help them. And be aware of that is a key. Because we still, as always say, we still being humans. We cannot forget about our feelings, but we can manage our feelings, being aware about them. And this is a key, awareness about yourself, about your feelings, about your thoughts, about your body, and be alone with them. Make us a chaplain.
That's beautiful. Thank you. I didn't add that to the verbatim. That moment came out when, after that conversation, she saw that when they were insulting her, tears flowed from my eyes. And she said, I saw you cry for me. Thank you. And she gave me a hug. You see, that is reverse. I should give her the hug for all that she was going through. But she said, I saw you cry for me. And she said, thank you. And she gave me a hug. Like I am the one needing that care at that point.
No, but that was, as Dana say, that was powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we are calling to cry with those to cry.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean you have to cry inside, That means you have to have there's Jesus cry. And I always say that why he cried if he knows that he's gonna raise Lazarus. Why he cried? To empathize.
I'm ashamed to say it
With the
though, but it
crowd.
was true.
With
It
the
was
crowd.
it's so powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
I felt ashamed. I'm like, aren't you supposed to be the chaplain? But you become the
Thank you.
vulnerable one.
That is beautiful. That's one of the that's a it reminds me of one of the tensions that you have in your questions that I would invite you to reflect on. You have a lot of either or. Either I'm the chaplain or she's the chaplain. Either I'm the student or I'm the teacher. Either I'm the activist or I'm the victim. And I wonder if you could release that tension and let things be both and. And what you bring is the chaplain skills of awareness of that, of integration, of coming alongside of that, of drawing from it for strength, but release the tension of it's either this or it's that. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's really helpful. As I say, IS also really helped me for that yesterday. To see that fundamentally, I really was worried because as a chaplain, I'm supposed to be non-anxious in moments like that. But I know all through that conversation, especially the phone conversation, as I said, my face was not in the video, but I was there. Gosh, my heart was hurting. I was a very anxious person. The resistance in me was hyper. And but I really, because I thought about this meeting before and prepared myself better. I had talked with a mentor of mine. So I was prepared for that. I knew it was going to be a very difficult phone conversation because since the husband died, it's always been like that. I didn't know the intensity though. And so I was like boiling, hearing the words, the really, really dehumanizing words coming in. And I'm like, at that moment, there was pause and there was breathing space, which allowed me to stay there. I told Donna in IS, I really wanted to leave. At some point, I'm like, I cannot stand, because I was just feeling like, okay, the human right activist in me says that stand up for this woman's right. It says, stop this conversation, is destroying her mental health. All of that was there. I said, this woman is being butchered right now. I was looking at her, I'm like, gosh, I can't stand. This is a widow, she is a victim. They are re-traumatizing, re-victimizing her. At that point, I wanted to leave. But I did not leave, which is surprising because I think in other situations, I would have left. But I didn't leave. So that tension was there. So again, when I assessed myself, I said, I wasn't, and even in the IS, I thought I wasn't in non-anxious presence. And the answer you gave me, Donna, really transformed things for me. It's also the beginning of seeing, helping me see that how these roles intersect. They are not either or, they are both and both and many, but that they are interweaving, sometimes in dynamic tension, but the interweaving is the, how do I help? Again, that's why I bring in peer conversation. I better, again, more and more let it, instead of clashing, feeling the clash, but see even the clash as a form of interweaving, because they're responding to different things that is going on. And how better can I navigate that without feeling like, oh my God, I didn't do chaplaincy well. But that, yes, you did. You were some massively anxious woman there, but that does not take away the reality that that non-anxious presence was doing something else which was good. So that's why I bring it here, so that I do not want them to conflict. That is exactly because I said they are they're intersecting. I want them to intersect, even if in dynamic tension, but that they intersect. So that's the big learning points that I want in every conversation, especially those that create this counter transference, red light off and going, that I'm able to see and navigate it better. And that's one of the reasons that as a way of flight, it's like, let me do chaplaincy in hospitals. I would have to deal with a lot of these dynamics that are triggers to those.
What could you have
entities.
done better, Alice?
In that conversation,
Mm-hmm.
let me think. You see, when they this in-law, there were like 5 of them. right? Alphonsine was alone. 5 people calling from Cameroon. They were sitting there, 5 men sitting. Her mother-in-law too was there. I asked myself in retrospect, should I have made myself be seen? So they also know she has someone. Will it have helped? Will it have helped Alphonsine not have to imbibe all that she imbibed in that conversation, which I know she will internalize it. Somebody like that, she will internalize those things and just get into depression.
Bring yourself back to you. What could you have done better?
About me or about this situation?
You. Is there anything you could have done better?
I don't know.
I believe you.
I really do not know.
I believe you. I want to take your sentence. I don't know. And I want to drop the I don't. No, there's nothing you could have done better.
Yeah.
And if your better is what could be perfect, then you already know that's not helpful. But there's nothing you could have done better in that moment with her.
Shouldn't I have made them see me so they don't insult her more as much as they did, though?
That's not what you assessed was the proper intervention for that setting.
That's, yeah.
It was an intervention. You used it, and she affirmed its effectiveness, even in hugging,
Right.
even in hugging you. And afterwards, so grateful for your presence. Couldn't have done it without you. You didn't fix. You empowered her in the end. She used her agency. Nope. Is that okay for you?
It's really okay for me, except that at that time, again, Verbatim just say as much as so filtered. At that time, they had said a lot of horrible things already, to the point where she had to stop it. It was, these African men can insult. I mean, just because of property, they can tell you nonsense. At that time, she had imbibed a lot of it. A lot of it.
Can you hear, Alice, that you did the absolute best you could have done in that moment, knowing all that you knew, preparing as you did? Can you hear that and hold that? Can you really?
Yes.
There's no
Yes.
but merging up somewhere. But can you hear that?
For me, yes. Okay, let me not get the but.
Anybody in the group believe her? Does
For
anybody
me,
believe?
yes.
Yeah, can I say one word? Alice, perhaps the question, if we can reframe donors, what could a chaplain or what could you or any of us have done differently? If we want to avoid that, the superlatives, good, better, best about it. You've done a good job. Perhaps one could do a better job. Maybe whoever may have gone ahead and done the best job. But you did a good job, a great job, and we compliment that. But could one have done something differently? My own question is because of our understanding of the cultural dynamics playing out there. Answering my question earlier, Donna mentioned that one should be open to ask questions to understand the cultural variables to understand the dynamics playing out in certain situations. So what we also condemn as a certain cultural high-handedness might also be a situation where our communal spirit plays out in terms of family structure, support system. Some of these, maybe property, raising children, and all that, is not done singly or individually. Where couples, young people get support from their families. I have families here who insist on their children not taking student loans. Parents go out of their way, pay out of pocket. Ordinarily, they could allow their kids to take student loans. That means they are working extra time, extra shifts to raise all the money. So, property, couples join hands and buy property. Where I come from, siblings raise money to train their younger siblings, see them through school. So with all that, these are things that give them also a certain authority to speak at some moments. So you may not be able to really shut them down or shut them out. That's why their opinions equally count at some times. Only that perhaps they can be overbearing. So, but it's also our own support system, you know. So these are things we may also do differently, ask questions differently, so that that woman or whoever it is that comes knows that those people, those five African men, they come there not empty-handed. They come with authority, because at some time they can raise money, and in our community, people contribute money and get excellent students, see them through school, medical school, law school. So when they come back in town, they support the community, they support the extended family and all that and all that. So when they come, they have a certain privilege and authority, only that most times they are overbearing. So this is just my little contribution. Thank you.
I understand that dynamic, except that in this situation, it wasn't that. In this particular situation, it was just appealing to the culture of male inheritance, and they think they have the right to collect all properties. But then, Alphonsine has 3 boys. So it was just, this was all about properties, and the narrative history behind that was no one was there when they were suffering. So it had a lot of different dynamics. But to be very honest, at that situation, on my part, in that moment, there's really nothing I could have done. In retrospect, I would think about, oh, maybe this, but in that moment, there's really nothing I could have done.
And we do need to shift because of our time, but I think the feedback you've gotten and the conversation has been so rich, and so I'm grateful for all of that. And I want to affirm your chaplain skill of doing an assessment, deciding what the intervention would be. You were going to be off screen, you were going to be facing her, that strength facing her, that vulnerability, that solidarity, be it a tear or the straight shoulders facing her. That constant reminder she was not alone physically in that room, your presence in all of its manifestations, anxiousness, anger, fear, all of them, whatever they were, was present and big in the room. You were not small, you were big. And then her affirmation, that worked for me, that helped me. And full stop. Because what you keep doing is you keep going past and saying, but I know she's wounded, but I know this, all of that's good for the next time, because you're continuing to journey with her. So I just want to affirm that overarching chaplain skill of assessing discerning, choosing an intervention, then sticking with it because you could tell it was working, even though it was difficult. And then getting feedback in the end, it worked. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thanks everybody for
You, yeah.
their contributions. Thank you.
5 minutes, and we're coming back with Victor coming strong. 5 minutes.
Lisa, you always beat everybody on time.
Sounds like you're jealous.
Very jealous. I was like, I'm going to there before except now, but by the time I sit down, she's there.
Take it away, Victor.
Thank you. I present this verbatim, focusing on allowing the agency of a care recipient to always be primary, and also on always having the best interest of the patient. So this verbatim expresses the distress and the anxiety of a patient who was practically kept in the dark while the care team were processing and analyzing. They practically felt they were moving at that pace, but one will agree with me that for the victim or often to those on the other side, time slows down. But for those doing the errands, time is fleeting and running fast. So they felt that these people were taking so much time. So I projected within this verbatim the disregard for the wishes of a care recipient, almost an attempt to give false hope, lack of truth telling, and openness within the system. So I will want some input, and if it's been read through, what would I have done differently? What would I have done better from my group? And also, because I noticed I tried to observe some cultural humility, religious sensitivity, and freedom of worship within my encounter with the care recipient. So perhaps, I don't know if I allowed them all the time to ventilate, but within the conversation, one will notice that they expressed, the core values of their, belief practices. And I don't know whether it's proper that I almost concluded the visit, even though it was almost an interventionist interlude, because I needed to go see the care team. So, but I stopped the conversation and allowed them to perform some meditation and take some time to have some quiet. So these are comments I wanted us to reflect on and get feedback. But above all, I was out to see that the agency of the care recipient was respected and their interests were taken care of within this verbatim. Thank you.
I'm just curious about something, if you don't mind me asking a question, because I'm not in the hospital or anything. Um, um, is it acceptable for you to go to the care team and make requests on behalf of the patient? Is that something that they allow without getting defensive or anything like that?
Yeah. The chaplain is also part of the interdisciplinary team. So we share information, and we also part of the process. That's why will be consulted. Like in this verbatim, the nurse made the consult. Otherwise, if the chaplain was not part of it, they would, do their things without letting the chaplain know, calling the chaplain in, because there was real anxiety on the part of the care recipient. So the chaplain had to come in and do what exactly was proper.
Okay.
But what
Thank
we'll not do
you.
is to delve into medical prescription or anything,
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was
Just
just wondering.
caregiving, rather spiritual and emotional support. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense. Yeah, I like your verbatim, and you were passionate about your advocacy for justice for the family. And I like how you went in on their behalf and, went to the care team and you followed through and you got them the information they needed to help. Even though, I thought it was very even in the midst of it all, even though he knew he was dying, he said, even if I'm dying, I still need to know what's going on. And I thought that was very powerful. Um, a moment, in that visit, But yeah, I thought you did a great job, and um, your skills are coming out, and you're doing a great job as a chaplain. I appreciate you, and I've learned a lot from you, and I've learned a lot through this verbatim as well. So keep doing what you're doing. I think you're doing a good job.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Like Lisa, I think this is very strong verbatim, Victor. I really like it. And I see your passion for advocacy there that really shines through. Your awareness of injustice even, and the lack of clarity given to the care recipient about their situation. And your desire to sort of to intervene, that is to explore ways to relay Hugh's concern to the care team is very strong. And again, there is a strong sense of non-anxious presence. One thing that question I have for you, or reflection, or in general, and again, it correlates with Lisa's question in the beginning about you going to the care team. You have experienced, and you are part of an interdisciplinary team. But broadly, it's a question and boundaries that I always ask. You going to the care team and finding for them to relate the concern of Q. Was that what you did after assessing the situation, or wasn't it a way to fix the situation? After you have noticed that they did not attend to them well, they did not explain to them the situation clearly, and you want to fix it. So you go to the care team and relate that concern to them. Again, I'm trying to ask, right? Because to me, well, in my own heart, it feels like, okay, they didn't really communicate well to this care recipient, the wife. Let me ensure they do that, and went to the care team. Is that, how do you feel with that altogether? Felt like you had this sense of urgency to fix or rescue the patient from that situational need. So, yeah, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I think you're very correct. But I had that problem when I was analyzing the encounter. Trying to maintain that non-anxiety and also balancing it with the empathic responses that I gave. You are correct, but since it came after I've engaged them, listened to them, understood where they were coming from, and there was this feeling that one could allay their fears and also give them a sense of purpose by, of course, the care team were not idle either. They were not careless either, but they were analyzing what, so, but this, the care recipient was feeling, like I mentioned, time slows down for the person who is on the receiving side. But for the person who is on the other side, we almost, we didn't know when 3 hours just flashed by almost. But the other person will feel that they're taking the whole day. So that was exactly what was playing out. So, and I also tried and got the responses because make no mistake about it. Yes, we're not to fix, but we're not to advocate. So that was advocacy, not fixing. So I think that's my response. Probably Donna can put us, correct us or anything, but that's probably I'm wrong. But I felt advocacy exactly is not fixing, but they come close though.
There's porous boundary between those in that term. Donna should be able to bring into that. When I advocate for somebody, I'm trying to fix the situation, but there can be a fine line where it is you have done a spiritual assessment, that's what they need, and you need, or what you call, like, this collaborative, you work in a collaborative team, and then you are now collaborating with your team members in terms of how to deal with the situation. Therefore, you go to the care team, that is part of your collaborative team, right? But advocacy and fix it. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor, for your verbatim. I know that you are concerned about your patients, about your people, about the people you care about it. I know you love them. You be with them, you be along with them. Yes, I'm curious about that because in some point I agree with that. That is because in the beginning, when you enter into the room and when the women answer, and see if you ask it, have you had any recent conversation with the doctor? And the women answered, it was no longer after they left the you came in. And you ask them, did they say what the situation is? And this is the answer. The doctor mentioned that we have to wait. This is a key point, to wait for the results. Okay? They are anxious to get the results, but they don't want to wait the time. And for me, your answers sounds like a rescue, not a fixer, like a rescue then from their feelings when they already know the statement of the doctor. Wait for the results. Because as we know in the hospital settings, the dynamic is some steps until they have the clear mind what happened with the patient. And for me, just are being some kind of rescue to them, to their feelings, to the anxious, to the worry they have it. When they already know the doctor told them, you have to wait. So I don't know what you think about what I'm gonna say. I may be wrong, about that. But the verbatim sounds like at some point you are acting like a rescue. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you're very correct. But like I answered, I told Alice, there's a thin line, yes. But for me, that's why we're having this conversation. That's okay. But um, advocacy and fixing, for me, I stand to be corrected and I'm learning. So if I'm convinced that, it is a no-no in terms of advocacy, and then I will also, but for me, advocacy is not fixing. That's the point. So, and I probably helped them, listen to them first of all, heard them out, knew I could situate where their emotional, problem was coming. Like if you go to P9, the patient was like, I'm no longer looking towards their stories. He said they've told him many stories. They have kept me in the dark for days on end. So he was really angry. So if I came there to hear them out, something has started, and you could see as the conversation progressed, they expressed what they really wanted. Because the medical personnel and the hospital situation, they're also faced with the moral distress sometimes. If you read down, you could see where I expressed some counter transference, because in my country, you don't give people information directly. You just don't tell them you die in 3 months. So, they play around it. But here, they'll tell you the facts. Come, this cancer has metastasized and we won't hear you. But Africa is not typically African. So I've seen where such information kind of hidden from care recipients. So they play around it. So I thought also perhaps maybe, who knows if what is happening, but it ended up being the reverse. They were processing what facts they had. So, but these people were feeling that, come tell us, we can deal with it. Just tell us. Truth telling is also part of it. But the ethical, moral considerations, we all have consciences. And you'll be like, oh, so this young man is going to die in 3 days, in 1 month, and all that. So sometimes being human, caregivers, and what do you call it, family, sometimes they withhold information. But what is the proper thing? This verbatim brings it out that it's important we do truth telling, no matter how bitter the truth is. Tell them, let them know. And the family affirmed it, that they don't fear death, but they want to prepare themselves adequately. That was why they needed the information right now. You don't need to prolong it. So that's what played out. I don't know. Thank you, Alfredo, for the remarks.
I have a curiosity, Victor. Were you told before you came in the room with the referral anything about the family and what was happening with the patient and their spouse?
Not exactly. I didn't have the full information, but the nurse talked about the emotional, how emotional this patient was getting. Okay, so and I came to give that spiritual and emotional support. So, but while engaging them, these facts now came out.
What
Now,
emotional support did you give them?
yeah, I gave them that reassurance that
Point to
something.
it. Point to it in the verbatim. Tell me where you gave them emotional support.
Okay. Um, I talked about, would you tell me, C16, would you tell me what makes you feel bothered the most?
And
And
then how did you give
the
emotional
response,
support? They told you, and where did you give emotional support?
so they now mentioned, what feelings they were having. And notice the wife now anchored it, mentioned their religion and how they didn't feel, that fear of death. They had that acceptance and all that. So in C19, I was like, it's good to know about this. And I thanked her
And
and mentioned, I
C19,
nodded my head. Then um, mhm. In C19, I said, it's good you let me know this, and I said, thank you. So nodded my head, that's affirmation. Then subsequently, as the conversation progressed and towards the end, they were now ready and willing to join me as, in C21. Am I hearing that you needed calm and peace within, is it your desire? So I keyed into their feeling, what they wanted. So, and at the end, you notice I also asked, Q to lead the way he knew best how to conduct that quiet time, breathing and all that before I ended the conversation in C27.
so I don't see it in C19, but I do see it in C27. I felt like that's what you were trying to do there.
Yeah,
You were
exactly.
trying to give them some emotional support in that and spiritual in that moment.
Yeah, you're correct.
And did you end by letting them know you're going to go check with the care team?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I said in C27, I'll definitely check with them and relay back to you. Meantime, it's appropriate. Uh, Meantime, would it be appropriate? I also sought their permission, to take a moment of quiet and focus on the breathing movement. And I allowed the patient to lead,
Good.
and he did that before I left.
I think that was very good. And then you just left. You didn't say anything at that point. You not like I'll be back or anything, or I'm going to go tell the care team. You just left.
No, I had mentioned it earlier.
So you didn't repeat it.
No.
Good. I think that's great. I think in that moment, you brought them into the present moment. And in that moment, you provided spiritual care and emotional support. Very consistent with their practices. And I love that you let them lead. And I know the elephant in the room is, was this advocacy? Was it rescuing? Was it fixing? It was all of the above. It was all of the above. And sometimes with advocacy, we first encourage in the hospital setting, have you communicated with your charge nurse or with the nurse assigned to you? Would you like me to invite them in the room so that you can? Have you communicated with your doctor? I can't get a hold of them. Let me ask the nurse to come into the room and make them aware so that they're doing the talking and you're not in a triangle. But another way, which was the way you chose, was to say, hey, I'm going to go tell the interdisciplinary team what you have told me. That's you doing it all. So that's a little fix it rescue-ish. So you know, it's all of the above. But I'm affirming you ministered to them in that moment of C27. You brought them into the present moment, which I think it seems like it was very helpful for them.
And
How does it?
let me point out this quickly. You know, in P24, he was like, Chaplain, I appreciate, kindly let them know that I prefer limited sedatives. I want to stay conscious and aware. Then C25, I said, I believe you have told this much to the doctor and the nurse. That's me, trying not to be the fixer. Okay.
So they tell you, I appreciate that you make them know that I prefer limiting sedatives. I want you to tell them this is what I want. Thank you for sharing that with me. It's important that they hear that from you because you know, you going and telling the team that means nothing. They're not going to take your word for it. They're going to have to come and hear it from the patient. You know, we don't pass information that way. So to hold that is to hold an authority you don't actually have, but they have it. So you can say, oh, let me get your nurse. So you can communicate that directly to your nurse. That puts them back in the role of agency. I love that they connected with you so quickly. They clearly felt that you were going to be there for them because they seem like they're kind of fed up with everybody else. And there's, Alfredo has pointed out, in that dreadful waiting place. But they connected with you and they're talking with you. And it's hard in that moment to not say, okay, I'll go fix it. I can go do that. I can go do that. And keep turning it back to them. And, you know, like you said, there's at some point you get up and go, you just go do. And you also did that. You went and you did. So all of the above, all of it. And I think so important, it's clear to me, you provided spiritual and emotional support in C27. And I thought that was a skillful and powerful bringing them into that moment and saying, you don't have to have lab results to have peace and calm right now. Let's use your spiritual tools for comfort to have some comfort right now. That was just powerful. Just absolutely powerful. You know, I wanted to know what happened when you talked with the team, though. You did stop the story short of telling us what happened with the team. What was that like?
Yeah, and they appreciated my coming around, but they now told me that they were working on it. So I said, come, hitting the roof. Do that earlier. The earlier, the better.
Thank you. I was curious.
I want to add, though, that reading through the dialogue, I see to the question you're asking about emotional support, maybe my construal rate is different, but I could see a subtle yet consistent different ways of showing emotional support in different areas. Like in C3, when he reflects back and say he wishes to an empathetic reflection that validates emotions. When she said, when he reflects back and said, it sounds like things are not going well. That might not sound like emotional support, but it just validates in an empathetic way. And that for me is acknowledging what is going on, their distress. And also in C12, when the chaplain says, are you sensing that they are withholding information from you? Is that your feeling? This also, yes, it's an open-ended question, but at least it's a clarifying question that gives the care recipient that voice to affirm, that gives the care recipient a voice and affirms the care recipient's perception of what is going on. To me, those, again, it shows some sort of emotional attunement and communicates with the care recipient's feeling. Also, when the care recipient says, I feel tormented, I'm kept in suspense, this bothered me a lot, he didn't rush there to minimize, but instead, there for me it is a key moment that someone would have rushed in, but he did not. In C21, also that reflective question, I'm hearing you say that calm and peaceful environment is what you desire. That is a question. Here again, it's a way of affirming the emotional and spiritual desire of the care recipients, and which would lead to C27, to that beautiful intervention, that shared, that breathing ritual that in a way responded to that anxiety that has been expressed all through. So those subtle, I can feel the way that he's responding also helps that person as it gradually opens up with some sort of emotional support. Even if it's not explicit as C27.
You, Alice. You guys are great educators. I'm taking a lot of responses, positive ones. Thank you.
I'm curious, do you think if you use that practice again, you would lead with a former CPE colleague taught it, or you would just use that practice?
Yeah, because if I've gotten, I wanted to really see it in play. That was part of why I allowed him do it. So next time I will now know, how to really put it in practice and use it, both personally for my own self-care, and when, there is need, I can equally, I wanted to really know and see it, get done.
I think that the way you invited the patient to facilitate and lead, I think that was very demonstrative of cultural humility. And so I thought that was great, the way you did that.
Thank you.
I just been curious, Victor, and in W13 with the wife share with you, she say very much we see the loss of right moral as a ploy to withhold information from us. It's making him rather anxious. I is curious if you instead answer that you affirm, like I say, I'm sorry that you see your husband so anxious for that, to make some kind of interesting on their feelings and go more deeper and why she saw her husband so anxious and get into his feelings or her feelings concerning about her husband, and maybe can get in another open intervention and maybe being helpful for them, that they see that you are interested and and that you are aware about their feelings, because you answered what at what point did this conversation seem obvious. And I believe it's just curious, maybe you ask about first confirm, I'm sorry to hear that that you see your husband so anxious. What made you think is in that stage? Or it's just an idea, you know?
Fred is a good, yeah. Thank you.
No, in the context of Victor's, you asked about the breathing technique, and he talks about the breathing technique. Do you guys know, because my mentor was talking to me about the 4-part breathing. Do you know of that? Oh, okay. Because she taught me after the whole since conversation. We did it over the phone, the 4-part breathing. Inhale.
Have you been trying that as one of your spiritual practices?
I tried it, and yeah, I tried it. Actually, this morning, I tried it, and when during our break, I tried it. She was just telling me it's that easy, and it works really. So, but
Oh, good.
I'm
We're
going
going
to
to
be integrated.
list.
Does a group, Lisa? Do you know that?
But let
Does a
me
group of that?
let me interrupt for a moment, because I don't want to divert from our focus on Victor just yet.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Victor, how you doing? How you feeling?
Getting the vibes. I like all the reactions, and they're helping putting them down and improving that visit. If I were to do it again, perhaps I would have done it differently.
I think you did the best that you could in that moment. And I think how you ended that visit was very powerful. And I don't want you to minimize it at all. I think it was a very powerful offering to both of them. Have you been back?
With them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
One of the dynamics that this reminds me of is sometimes a patient will fall out of communication with every member of the care team except the chaplain. And And sometimes the chaplain becomes the one to help realign the communication. So I'm glad that they were talking so freely with you, because that can be, you can, sometimes the chaplain is the one. They're not talking to anybody else. And so it's so helpful to have that moment of advocacy, of being an ally, and a support.
Maybe because I don't give them injections, probably.
I like the idea, the connection you made with them, because they have a different belief system than you, and you navigate in their belief system. That was powerful, because they are Buddhists, and sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy to navigate, and that situation, the way you handle the things with persons with a different belief system, because some of them look as under them, underestimate us, but you make the connection and they respect you, they hear you, and they trust in you, which is the great thing, that they trust in you, in your ministry, in your person, and that means God was there. That means that the God was there. That you give God the space to work. That's the beauty of that.
Thank you, Fredo.
Any additional thoughts you have, Victor, before we take a break? You're good? You're done? Okay.
Yeah.
I like that signal. I'm out.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break. And my logistics are brief. As a matter of fact, you can take a 10-minute break. I only have 1 minute worth of logistics, and then we'll have our closing IPG. So 10 minutes. I think I'm sitting on the worst chair in my house. It started out feeling fine, but ooh,
You got to put a pillow on it or something.
oh, good idea. Let me try a pillow. Something. Okay. That'll give me another 2 minutes. All righty. So, in terms of, oh, wait, Alfredo's not back yet. Hold on. In terms of logistics, the only thing I have to note, we know on the next time we gather on the 24th, we're following our schedule from the 17th. We don't have a spiritual reflection. We just come in and we start with the book. I encourage you, if you haven't read the book, to at least read through the book. It really is a very helpful book. So even if you're not presenting and reading closely, you might want to just read through it. And we'll begin with Alfredo and then Lisa. And then we take a break from the book. And Alice is going to talk to us about trauma-informed care. She mentioned some time ago she's done some additional work in that area. And then we're going to close out with 8, 9, and 11 of the book. I think that will flow well, but I'm open if you want to change the order of the flow in any way.
Is there an option not to do it?
We could talk about that. I can come alongside you.
I would appreciate it.
That will be rescuing.
Lisa, why do you not want to talk about this book?
Oh no, I love to talk about the book. I just don't want to do the work behind getting it done.
I appreciate your transparency and your honesty. How can we support you around wanting to grow and stretch your brain and improve and be a more excellent servant of God? How can we support you around that?
Well,
Yet
with
you,
that
yet,
guilt trip, I guess I just have to do it.
yet you'll be the first to hand in your assignment to you, Lisa.
Donna is doing reverse psychology.
I appreciate you, Lisa. You're wonderful. Yes, Alice, that is a spiritual care practice. You learn it in Unit 6.
6. Oh wow.
Yeah, 6. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna go well. And Lisa, you have such a rich recent experience that you had with your church. That in all seriousness, if you wanted to pivot and share that with us, I would affirm that, especially since Alfredo's doing the intro to the book.
Okay, that sounds great.
So, but this is the piece. It isn't tell us what you did for them.
Right.
Actually, more work. You have to tell us what the whole book is about, and then how you used it and what you witnessed, and somehow or another it, and help us make the connection to spiritual care. Actually, this is easier because you're going to have to do that for your project too as well. Yeah, Lisa, sorry, you're stuck. I tried. You're stuck. But you're going to be good. You're going to be good. I was trying.
Almost made it. Almost.
All right, so we're good to go for next time we gather, and we have about 20 minutes of IPG, so the floor is open.
I'll take 1 minute. I don't have any difficulties or anything. I actually have some excitement. My goddaughter's here. She's been here since Tuesday, so I'm excited for her to be here, and because she was like, when are you gonna bring me to your house? When are you gonna bring me? So she's here. So we're having fun, and everything's going well. So it's good to have a little bit of company. So
Oh, that's wonderful.
We
What is your
rejoice with you.
goddaughter's name?
her name is Sanaya.
Beautiful.
She just turned 16 in March. Yeah, got a permit, but I told her I'm not ready for all that. So
Beautiful.
yeah, she's a good kid. She's been with me since she was like 9 months. Like every 3 days a week, she'd be with me. So um, and when I moved here, she's been here like she come in the summer, she come in fall break, Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that. So she's always around. But this year's kind of been tight to squeeze her in, but she's here now, so I'm grateful and she is too. So thank you for allowing me to share.
That is really beautiful.
Thank you.
I can see that she brings joy to your life. I mean, you're smiling, your face shining. It's like your safe space with her, your secret space. It's wonderful to have those times, and I really enjoy with you that you are having a really good time with your daughter. I can see.
Thank you. I
So
appreciate it.
Lisa, happy for you. Enjoy the sunshine.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've been out this morning and probably head out again after this class. So yeah. Thank you.
that made me think, and I'm gonna share this. The most beautiful moments, you don't need money, are free. And sometimes we miss it
Hmm.
with little details or because or our ego. But those memories are priceless and are free. And how many of those moments we collect and make our memories. I was sharing yesterday in my IP time the importance of collecting those memories the most we can, because in some point those memories give us the strength to don't give up,
Hmm.
just keep us alive, with hope. How beautiful are those moments and have those memories. And now, Lisa, you have time to collect the most memories you can
Hmm.
and invest in your friendship and your relationship.
Yeah. It's been really
And
good. She hasn't like been sitting on the phone or anything. We've been having like conversation and stuff. So it's been really good. So
Hmm.
I've enjoyed her presence. It has definitely filled my cup.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I give my time back to whoever needs it. Thank you.
Hmm.
I wanted to Donna, I made a little reflection on the feedbacks we got from our mid-unit evaluation and how it's really benefited me. I appreciated it so much. And I'm also curious because probably I forgot to mention what you suggest and all that. We made comments about each other and on you, the educator. So we didn't hear your evaluation of us, evaluation about us. Maybe the final remarks you make at the end of a unit, maybe to come to be very instructive to hear what you feel about us, because we mentioned things about you. We didn't get to know how your mind works about us, because I had a problem. My bishop, where with whom I worked in sensitive positions, and he gave me opportunities and all that, but he's very slow. He doesn't compliment you. He says the reward for work is more work. But if he goes behind, he will celebrate you to high heaven. To make you hear one thing about you from him. So I don't know. Sorry, maybe it's not. Sorry for taking you. After all, you're sitting on the worst chair in the house.
I think that's a wonderful observation, Victor. Thank you for sharing that. I need time to think and process. I feel like I'm giving you feedback all along, and I feel like I am very directive in my feedback in IS. So I'll need to think about it because maybe I'm not. So I'll take that under advisement, and I'll bring a response back to the group. Are you all still here? The silence is loud. What's going on? What's going on? I love that expression. The silence is really loud. What's happening?
You want the honest answer? Tired.
Yeah, I feel a little tired too, but Yeah, all good. It's all good, but yeah, I feel a little tired.
I still have to take my kids out. If I don't take them out today, they're on vacation. It's like, Mom, we still need to go out. They came to me, Mom, it soon be 6 o'clock because, it's not California time. So
I think it can be very draining after verbatims too. So I hear you're tired. And I even hear Lisa's, it's all good, but I'm tired. um, Alfredo, tired?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's part of the process of the life.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm using that. I am using that. And Victor is wise. He says, let me
Yes.
put it on you. What you got?
Yeah.
That's a good chaplain.
Yeah.
Are you in a confidential place, Alfredo? Every now and then I see a shadow go behind you.
This is my dog.
Oh
I
my
am
goodness.
in my office, and behind me is my it's a sunroom, and I have my jacuzzi there. So I have an indoor jacuzzi behind me, the office. But I don't know if you heard the noises, but they are destroying my driveway because we're gonna fix it.
Mm.
I am in that process, but yeah.
No, we didn't. It hasn't been disturbing at all. The volume.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good, yeah, because I hear a lot of noise and I say, well, yeah. Kind of tired because I I took the course, and without thinking, I started a renovation on my home. So it's kind of stressful, Like a lot of changes. Oh my God. Have a lot of furniture in one place. And kind of stressful. But I'm gonna finish my renovation with the course. Oh my God. I don't know what I'm thinking.
So you think. So you
Yeah.
think. Alice knows something about that.
yeah, I want a jacuzzi in my office. I'm jealous. Can you provide me one, Alfredo?
Yeah, I could do that. What do you want it?
I want a jacuzzi in my
Oh, you
office.
Nice.
So that when I finish CPE, I just go there and
Yeah, that's good because in the jacuzzi you can have a cold water or hot water. It's up to you. You can turn off the heater and let the water be warm, or you can put the temperature and the water and have always warm water. Doesn't have to be hot, really hot.
Wow.
So the water is gonna be in the temperature that you deserve, that you want it, that you like it. So when it's hot, my kids turn off the heater. And when it's hot, turn on. Could be hot or could be cold. It's up to you. And for me, it's good because, as you know, I have problems with my back. So I usually use it.
Given what you all know about group theory, how would you describe where the group is right now?
You mean like norming? No. So I think it's, yeah, we're there in the norming stage.
Norming?
What's the next stage after that? Is that the last stage, or is it, what is it? Storming, forming,
You have
norming,
performing is your
perform,
last stage.
Performing.
performing. Oh, so we're at performing then, right?
You think? Okay, I was asking you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's adjourning, which is the end,
Not,
right?
that'll be in a few weeks.
That's right. Adjourning is when it's over. You're right.
For me right now it's boring. I'm tired.
We're performing, I think.
You think?
Mhm.
Who is that? Is it Tuckman? Yeah, Tuckman's theory.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's good to know. I was curious. I agree. I think you are performing. And today was a really good example of it. It makes sense to me that you are tired. And all your feedback was just so well done. The verbatims were well presented. I hope the new format, or at least this new format that we tried, was helpful to break it up a little bit and plunge in a little deeper.
Yeah, I like the new format and the ability to be able to, read it first and then write down, and not have to read all that bulkiness of the paper,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like it. Mhm.
Yeah, I do. I like the format too. I think it's helpful because of really zoom in and have conversation on, the most important, that is how can we do better?
Mm-hmm.
What we've done good and how can we do better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this format too, because the feedback for me is the more important thing. The feedback I can receive, the work I'm done, it's the most precious to me,
Mm-hmm.
because it's where I learn. Without the feedbacks, I'm still doing the same thing. So the feedbacks reaching me, change me, made me be the best I can. So for me in this class, the feedback, the most time we spend in the feedbacks, the better for me.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, because without the feedbacks, we are the same. There is no space to growing, and the feedbacks give us the space to growing. So for me, the most complicated verbatims I bring, the better for me, because it's gonna be more things to talk about, to fix it, to learn, to know it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know it's now about me, it's about the work we do it, and be more effective with our passions is the best could happen to us. the more effect we are in our job, the more care we can provide to the care recipients.
Very good. Well, you've all done very well, and I appreciate your preparation and your attentiveness and the specificity of your feedback and the clarity about your growing areas and your transparency around it. I think you are a performing group at that stage. And to take that scripture out of context, you are iron sharpening iron. And I'm just glad to be in the house. On the worst chair in my house. Thank you for pointing it out, Victor. Have a wonderful rest of the week, and I will see you all. I'm going to confirm some appointments that I need to confirm next week, but I will see 2 of you in person. All right. Take